I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. You know I'm gone.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Know what I do. You know what I'm on. Know that you'll see it. Know what I do. Know you miss it.
Oh
I was always
shit.
right and you know now. Now you was always wrong and you know now. Look at where my life just went. Look where you still is. I
I
know
know
you
you
feel
feel
this.
this
Yeah, I was trying to help you out.
out
But I got no time to help you now. Now
now.
look at where my life just
Just
went.
went. Look where you still is. I know you feel this.
Cause I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. You know
Said
that I'm
I'm.
gone, I'm gone, I'm gone.
I
I'm
said.
gone, I'm gone, I'm gone.
Look where you still is. I know you feel this.
Cause I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. You know that I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. Yeah, I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone.
Look where you still is.
I know you feel this. I need peace. That's why you see me getting a buzz. My ex coming after me like Mexican does. If heaven's above and hell is below, where am I living? Table full of legends I see. Where am I sitting? I'm out your life, but I'm still in your search bar. Still humble, still riding in my first car. Took me 10 years to get here. I work hard. From a basement, I'm a all around the world star. Supported my dreams, till my dreams supported me. Looking at views that you don't see till 43. Half their age, but twice as paid. This the good life. A bad chick doesn't always mean a good night. Heavy bars were like hooks, so it seems pop. Lately they only want my responses for the screenshots. Upgraded to a rollie from a G-Shock. The Alchemist, Napoleon Hill, mixed with D-Pop. I was always right and you know now. Now you was always wrong and you know now. Look at where my life just went. Look where you still is. I know you feel this. Yeah, I was trying to help you out, but I got no time to help you now. Now look at where my life just went.
Look where you still is.
I know you feel this. Cause I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. You know that I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. Yeah, I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. Look where you still is. I know you feel this. Cause I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. You know that I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. Yeah, I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. Look where you still is. I know you feel this. Yeah, looking at the type of views a camera can't capture. Girls coming quick, but the money coming faster. Red carpet treatment for yourself and whoever you with. Any girl you want, the answer's yes, whoever you pick. Cause you popping now, you'll come up. My homies are like security, so think before you run up and one up. Few who did it their way, taking over airwaves. 5-course meals and late flats on my airplanes. Your dream girl sending I miss you text. I fly out cause I miss that, I miss you sex. Then I fly back home, she a Florida State Seminole. Cause I got bands lined up like a festival. All over the world and I brought my mom with me. Just to say thank you and make her happy, I spent 50. My ex is best friends now, I don't give a fuck. I don't gotta get revenge, my life does that enough. I was always right and you know now. Now you was always wrong and you know
What?
now. Look at where my life just went. Look where you still is. I know you feel this. Yeah, I was trying to help you.
Alright, Facebook's UI is bugging out real bad.
Now look at where my life just went. Look where you still is. I know you feel this. Cause I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. You know that I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. Yeah, I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. Look where you still is. I know you feel this. Cause I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. You know that I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. Yeah, I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. Look where you still is. I know you feel this. Yeah, yeah.
And we'll go live in a sec, man. Still got the screen hidden. I'm getting set up over here. I have a really bad problem. Today's problem looks like it's going to be a biatch.
Call
Call my phone.
I don't wanna
Text you anymore.
I just wanna stop this civil war.
Baby, please.
Call my phone. I don't wanna text you anymore. I just wanna stop this civil war. Baby, please.
Ah. Hey. Wait, I got notification.
Turned all my labor to wasted toil. No point in planning where weeds always grow. Pulled at the roots, but you reap what you sow. I carried the weight, you double the load. Now I'm done, dropped it all on the road. I try to play nice with you, give my all, but it's never enough. I try to play nice with you. Now I'm done, yeah, I've had enough. I try to play nice with you. Push me around, now the gloves are off. I try to play nice with you, but I'm through, yeah, I'm calling the bluff. Offer you peace, you sharpen your tongue. My patience a song that you left unsung. Painted a picture, you smith the frame. All of my kindness you twisted to blame. Gave you a seat at the feast in my mind. You left with a plate, nothing left behind. Fed you the truth, you spit it back raw. I'm out of the game, can't follow your law. Broke bread, broke rules, broke me in two. Built up, broke down, now I see. I try to play nice with you, give my all, but it's never enough. I try to play nice with you. Now I'm done, yeah, I've had enough. I try to play nice with you. Push me around, now the gloves are off. I try to play nice with you, but I'm through, yeah, I'm calling the bluff. Hands out, I gave them the open palm. Fed them the food, but they bit my arm. Tried to keep it cool, but the fire stayed warm. Now the bridge ain't burning, it's a full-on storm. Spoke in circles, they words a mirage. Truth bent double like a street facade. Got me looking inward, feeling sabotage. But the patience snapped, no more cameras. I try to play nice with you. I try to play nice with you, but you turned and you twisted. Every gift you resisted. I try to play nice.
How long have I been? Alright, about 10 minutes.
Give my all, but it's never enough. I try to play nice with you. Now I'm done, yeah, I've had enough. I try to play nice with you. Push me around, now the gloves are off. I try to play nice with you, but I'm through, yeah, I'm calling the bluff. Through olive branches, they threw back stones. Part way heavy like a bag of bones. They took my kindness, flipped it to loans. No repayments, just broken tones. Pull strings too tight, now the rope don't hold. They were playing games, now the dice went cold. Try to play fair, but the lies got bold. Now I'm shifting gears and the truth's been told. I try to play nice with you, give my all, but it's never enough. I try to play nice with you. Now I'm done, yeah, I've had enough. I try to play nice with you. Push me around, now the gloves are off. I try to play nice with you, but I'm through, yeah, I'm calling the bluff. Leather on my skin, I pull you close. Hands roaming your body, taking what I chose. Teeth sink into your neck, lips dragging slow. Every moan, every gas makes me want you more. Fingers trace.
Look at me, son. It's not your fault.
I wish you could read my mind, 'cause I'm not okay. Fake a smile and I'll make it through another day. I'll be alright. What I tell myself, bottle after bottle, change it to my health. I don't mind again, but I keep doing circles, thinking this will end. Take some time, I'll be better then. A little time to feel okay again. Words play in my mind, tell me I don't need you. Genuine is hard to find when everyone is see-through. stressing all the time, praying for a redo. Don't kick me while I'm down, cause I'm human and I bleed too. Used to the silence, my feelings they cauterize. Absence of violence, little normal in my life. I think it's time that I let this feeling die. It won't change if we won't try. I wish you could read my mind, cause I'm not okay. Fake a smile and I'll make it through another day. I'll be alright. What I tell myself, bottle after bottle, danger to my health. Out of sight, out of mind again. But I keep doing circles, thinking this will end. Take some time, I'll be better then. A little time to feel okay again. Sweet soul didn't tell me you were leaving. Out the window with our memories, I don't need them. But all photos and the whiskey that I'm drinking. Bricks on my feet, I'ma jump in the deep end. Used to the silence, my feelings they cauterize. Absence of violence, little normal in my life. I think it's time that I let this feeling die.
Alright, I'm just... This problem's gonna be a bitch. Alright.
It's not your fault. Don't fuck with me, alright? Don't fuck with me, Sean. Not you. It's not your fault.
Oh, man. Check him. Think it's Albuquerque. Time it is, bitch, you hurt me. Alright, so I was looking into this problem because I didn't even know how to approach it. I do know from what I've looked into it, I'm going to use the breadth first search with a Q. That's as much as I got. That's why it took me so long to go live. I was looking into this problem. But it's the day 7 problem of Advent of Code for the year 2025. Because I didn't do them back then because I was too busy dating someone that just ghosted me. But anywho's, I'm going to read the problem and then scaffold it out and eventually get it. Hopefully it don't take too long because I want to start building an app. So I'm just going to solve part 1. And then after that, my local AI model that I'm running, my goal is going to be to expose it to the internet so I can use my local AI away from home. But the trick is I have a Raspberry Pi, right? So I'm going to expose the Pi using a tunnel with Cloudflare because it's simple that way. It's not going to scale, but it's just for me anyways. So essentially, wherever I'm at in the world, I send like, hey, what time is it? I'll send it. It'll route to my router here, wherever I'm at in the world. It'll route to this router. It'll freaking forward it to the port of the Pi, right? Then the Pi is going to use SSH or whatever to wake up my computer and then run inference and return the response back to the Pi, then to Cloudflare. So the Pi is going to be like the person, you know, where you drop your car off, whatever them people are called. For some reason it's slipping my mind right now. Valet, right? So the Pi is essentially going to be like valet for my AI. And then I'm just going to go from there. I might make a memory layer. I don't know yet. I got the start of a memory layer already built out, but there's this new recursion thing. AI new recursion. That should be enough. It just came out. Yeah, here it is. I want to also look into this. They have a new recursive framework where it can like keep memory up to 10 million tokens without losing accuracy, which it's using a recursive technique to like, I'm not fully sure. I ain't read into it yet. But to me, that's one of the big bottlenecks of AI is memory, right? Because you have like a context window Once that context runs out, you basically have to start from scratch and it forgets everything. That's one of the biggest bottlenecks to AI, in my opinion, right now. Besides efficiency, because the efficiency of them, I mean, just eats power, right? But if we can get one that can keep up with a full size code base without losing memory, bro, they ain't no telling what we can build. But yeah, I do want to look into this. But yeah, the concept behind RLMs, which is a recursive language model, I guess is what RLM means. All right, the concept behind RLMs is drawn from out of core algorithms used in classical computing. These algorithms are designed to process data sets too large to fit into a computer's main memory by keeping the data on a hard drive and fetching only the necessary chunks as needed. So essentially, in your actual memory, RAM, there's going to be like a pointer that points to more data, and then it can fetch it as it needs it instead of having it all in memory at once. So it's a way to scope. Like, think of an abstract syntax tree in a way, but you're starting with RAM, like in cache and stuff. And if it's not there, then it can go to the heap or whatever and pull what it needs. RLMs apply the logic to generate generative AI. Instead of feeding a long prompt directly into the neural network, the framework loads the text as a string variable inside a Python coding environment. The LLM is given general context about the data, such as the total character count, but it does not see the text initially. Once the prompt is stored in a variable, the LLM acts as a programmer. It writes Python code to interact with external variable using standard commands to peek into the data. So it's actually two models, right? Your main model and then a helper model. And I guess, well, three if you count the model you're using. So one will see what it's reading, and then if it doesn't have enough information, it can take some keywords out of that and then write a script to query the data on your hard drive, right? That's what they're saying essentially. But the little AI is what writes the script to fetch relative information depending on what you're talking about. When the code execution finds a relative snippet, the RLM pulls only that specific chunk into its active context window for analysis. For example, if the prompt is a massive book, the LLM might write a loop that identifies chapter boundaries and then trigger a subcall to summarize each chapter individually. Oh. What's up, wearer? So here we go. Let's look at this example. You're reading an extremely long book. Can you list out all which items that were made before the Great Period? Prompt loaded as a variable, so print prompt 100. You're reading an extremely long book. Can you list out all the items that were made before the Great Catastrophe? Chapter 1. Bob found solace in walking through the forest. That was a strange time. It was a strange time. All right. So behind the hood, it creates a script. So part 1, part 2, it slices this. And then it queries in chapter 1, find part 1. So it's just making a query essentially. From chapter 1, Bob was the only kid. MIT came out with a new framework to help with memory with AI models. So instead of being limited by your current context window, they made a new framework where it can basically store up to like 10 million tokens before it runs out of memory. So it's just like keeping more memory in your prompts, right? The architecture typically involves two agents, a root language model, often a capability-heavy model like GPT-5 acts as the orchestrator. It plans the approach, writes the code, and manages the data flow within the REPL environment. A recursive language model, often a faster and cheaper model, acts as the worker. Oh, I had that backwards. The root language model calls this worker to process the specific text snippets isolated by the code. Because the prompt resides in the environment's memory rather than the model's context window. No, it's RAG. They're using RAG, but it's more than that. The RLM, which is the recursive language model, behaves exactly like a standard model, accepts a string and returns an answer. This allows enterprise teams to swap standard API calls for RLMs. For developers looking to experiment, the RLM code is currently... Ooh! Damn, they already got 328 stars. RLM enables language models to process extremely long context, 100K thousand plus tokens, by storing context as a Python variable instead of in the prompt, allowing the language model to recursively explore and parse the context, avoiding context rot. We're definitely going to fork this. If this works like I'm thinking it works, it's going to unlock so much shit. But it's going to take some getting looked into. But I'm off topic anyway. We're doing this problem, which is going to be hard. Okay. But this is what I'm supposed to be doing. This is what I'm supposed to look into later. The cool thing about this, though, is it works with any model. It's just a little framework. It's like a wrapper, right? But if I could have a model that has like infinite memory where it doesn't run out of memory, could you imagine? All right, so let's go to the problem of the day. That's probably going to take a long time because it's a graph problem, and I do not like graph problems. All right. How do you pronounce this? Is it cephalopods?
Cephalopods.
Cephalopods. You thank the cephalopods for the help and exit the trash compactor, finding yourself in the familiar halls of the North Pole Research Wing. Based on the large sign that says Teleporter Hub, they seem to be researching teleportation. You can't help but try it for yourself and step onto the large yellow teleporter pad. Could you imagine teleporting in real life? I would not want to step on that pad. Like, what if you just put one foot in there? Suddenly, you find yourself in an unfamiliar room. The room has no doors. The only way out is the teleporter. Unfortunately, the teleporter seems to be leaking magic smoke. Wait, really? This is linked? Magic Smoke is a humorous name. Okay, I can't believe they actually did that. Okay. Since this is a teleporter lab, there are lots of spare parts, manuals, and diagnostic equipment lying around. After connecting one of the diagnostic tools, it helpfully displays error code OHNO, which apparently means that there is an issue with one of the tachon manifolds. Oh, Lord. You quickly locate a diagram of the tachlon manifold, whatever it's called, your puzzle input. A tachon beam enters the manifold at the location marked S. So S is the starting point. Tachyon beams always move downwards. Okay, so they only go down. So row, take away 1 or plus 1. I guess take away 1 would be up, plus 1 would be down. Or no, column, not row. No, it's row, right? Yeah. God, see, man, I hate graphs. All right, you quickly locate a diagram of the tachyon manifold, your puzzle input. A tachyon beam enters the manifold at the location marked S. Tachyon beams always move downward. Tachyon beams pass freely through empty space, so periods. However, if a tachyon beam encounters a splitter, up arrow, the beam is stopped. Instead, a new beam continues from the immediate left and from the immediate right of the splitter. Give me a second, man. All right, so it starts here, the beam, right? For example, S starts there. In the example, the incoming tachyon beam extends downward from S until it reaches the first splinter. So once it hits this, I'm pretty sure it's going to split two of them off here and here. Yeah. At that point, the original beam stops and two beams are emitted from the splitter. Okay. Then we hit two more. These beams continue downward until they reach more splitters. And then they split again. Oh, edge case. If two were side by side, oh. It's only going to create 3 instead of 4. So the distance is important. C# guy, huh? Yeah, I was wanting to get good at .NET, but everyone talked me out of it because they don't like .NET, but so many companies use .NET. This process continues until all the tachyon beams reach a splitter or exit the manifold. Okay. To repair the teleporter, you first need to understand the beam splitting properties of the tachyon manifold. In this example, a tachyon beam is split a total of 21 times. Where do you get 21 from? That's how many times they hit one of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah. I don't like this problem. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But I'm going to. Oh, man. Pray for me. What is software archaeological research? What does that mean? Wait, what the hell? I am just a software dev. Technically, I'm just a indie dev right now. I live more in the open source world, but I am not employed full time for software development. I do a little PLC programming, but that don't really count as software development. I'm more hardware right now as a control technician. I work in automation. Oh, but I've been doing web development for like 7 years now. If you count when I was a kid doing like HTML, JavaScript, Dreamweaver, and all that, I've probably been programming about 10 years. But back then, I was a kid, so it was basic stuff. It wasn't no like serious programming. All right, so let's get this. We want the problem description. Day 7 laboratories. We're definitely going to want the input. I guess we're going to use this as our first test problem. Input. Yeah, I don't do regex. Is this right? And you can't really look at it that way. So we definitely want to trim. I want to try to get away from having to use regex. What if we just slice on the empty space? Why did it bring me over here? Where? Wait, what? That didn't do shit. I just want to do it, man. I've never done advent in code. Problem solving. Why is that? Why didn't it turn it into an array? Why is it still a string if I called split on it? Oh, I didn't. It was slice. Alright, we got object now. That's a good thing. But it did not split right. Oh, fuck. So we got the new lines. Why is there new lines randomly in there? But if I do that on the new lines, that ain't gonna split right either. I'm gonna have to do some pattern matching a bit. Well, I mean, I suck with regex. If I do regex, I just get AI to do it nowadays. Because I could just be like, hey, turn this into a graph. Hmm. Yeah, but I don't really. Learning regex ain't high on my priority list. Looks like Chinese to me. I did study it a few years ago, and I don't remember half of it. I mean, with AI, do you really need to learn regex that low of a level unless like you're seriously like parsing a lot of stuff? Treat each character as a node identified by row call. Really, while scanning row. Yes, got it here. Directions graph new. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? See, I feel like I'm kind of cheating using AI because parsing's like a big part of the problem. Oh, there's also something else I want to look into. You know, you got Claude Code, right? Well, I don't know how popular it is, but there's an open source alternative now called Goose. Hmm. I'm thinking about looking into it, and I need to fork this too. I might even contribute to it. This is way more simpler than Claude. Way more simpler. But it's just AI in your CLI. But it doesn't have like memory, right? It's more stateless than Claude is. Claude's not stateless. Mm. But let me not get distracted. I need to stay on topic. All right, let's see how they did it. Grid to graph. They grabbed the height, width. They're making a new one, I guess. Nodes, directions. We're doing nested loop. Grab the ID, which is going to be the row column. Then it says nodes, row column equals. Damn, why are they IDing it all? The fuck? For 90 for construction of directions. New row, new column. Yep, standard. They push them. Return width, height nodes. Test problem graph, grid to graph. Why? 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 The fuck is this? Why is this exported and this is exported? The fuck? I'm curious. Do y'all think this is gonna one shot it? A lot of code. Let's see. The requested module does not provide an export called test problem. Wait, where is that? Oh, I didn't. Well, why'd that throw an error? I mean, I see I'm not exporting it, but why did it throw an error? Requested module does not provide an export name test problem. Cannot access it. Test problem before initting. So then let's just do this and then export it, right? Or is that still going to give me the same issue? Cannot exit before initialization. How do I fix this? Before I use AI to tell me. Okay, I guess I get AI to tell me. I might hide my camera for a minute, but I'm still here. I ain't gone nowhere. You didn't. That ain't right. That's not a graph, bro. I mean, I can treat it like a graph. Let me clean up my work environment. So we're using this. Wait, how do I open that in a new window? So it's literally export test problem graph. All right. So now when we import, let's name this test problem. I'm gonna lowercase it this time. It's gonna be the same thing, ain't it? Oh, I thought that was the name of it, or was it capitalized over here? Oh. What? Why? That is not what I meant. It literally made like an object graph. The fuck? Alright, let me loop through it. Hold on. Yeah, that ain't right. Well, I need to get rid of this log. The fuck, it ain't even logging. Why is that? Why is nothing being output? Bro. Why is my log not logging? God, imposter syndrome hit me hard right this second. Is an object return? It has width, height, and node, so it doesn't have a dot length when your for loop checks block. I'm not. Oh. Ooh. 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 It literally turned it into an object? Fun. I ain't ever done this before. The fuck? Hold on. Let's see what all methods it added. Height, nodes, and width. Interesting. Why, when I prompted it that, it like... Well, that ain't working either, no, is it? Oh. I mean, that's cool if I was like needing like reference to what's beside me and stuff, right? That's pretty cool. which a little confusing also. So when I asked for a graph, it mean a fucking object, bro. It to the array. That is cool. But I ain't trying to do all that overhead. My phone should have some charge now. Call me Sniffles. Call me Sniffles, man. I'm in a good mood today. I might even see if there's some mock interviews later. There's one girl. Where's the other one? Damn. All the girls. I got all the girls. talking to a Russian. Can you say this name? Bet you can't. I bet you can't. That's blurry. It's in Russia. Russian. Like BNKT. Oh, that's kinda showing. Anyways, it means Victoria. Oh, I got a pretty girl that liked me. La la. La la. Show her who you are, la la. Say, I'm pretty girl. I'm pretty girl. I'm mostly not an asshole. Their bio starts out that way. Are you serious? All right, let's see what we got going on here. Oh, why didn't I map over it and split it? All right, test problem equals grid to graph. Wait. Hold on. Export test problem dot trim dot split. Export const text problem graph test problem dot map, and then just split on the row. That makes sense. Export const test problem graph, and it's capitalized. So shit. You talking about? Right. Wait. We still ain't. Oh, that's. Wait. That is going. Oh, wait. Let's just do this. All right. Crazy. Right. I'm not crazy. Why is this not logging? All right, that one's right. So it's the test problem graph, which you just map and then split it. That makes so much more sense. Yeah. This is why this ain't working. It's crazy that that didn't throw an error. Like that method doesn't, like that property doesn't exist on this. So why didn't the linter or whatever catch that? Or the interpreter? All right, we in the money now. Wait, why are we hitting undefined? Are we still getting new lines? Or are we just going one out of bounds? Wait, even test problems are right. And it's not, oh, I don't think it's got undefined. So it was, dude, I overcomplicate shit. No, that ain't right. Which technically I could just go through each one and then iterate through it. Right? Because it still works. Like, I would still go through it. I wonder which is better. I'm going to use the graph, but. Yeah. So let's do this. If I want to get rid of this so it stops popping up with my autocomplete. Why am I getting undefined? Oh, there we go. I think I did fix it. And we got a starting point. All right. And it was as simple as doing a little map right here. And then I was wondering, because you can't call split 2 times unless you join it again and then split again. But if you map over it, you get each individual string. And then you can just split each column, which will turn it into an array of arrays. All right. So we'll say, we're going to use a Q. Is it shift or unshift? Removes the first element. So trying to think. Is a Q best for this? Wait, where'd the codex thing go? Oh shit, that ain't good. I don't know what my password is for this. I think this is broken, which codex is already working anyway, so. All right, I'm gonna have to get my hand held with this problem because I don't want to spend all damn day on it. All right. I know I need a queue and I needed to take each row column off. Probably need a set. I really feel like I'm gonna need a set, so let's go ahead and const set equals new set. And then we'll use that for nodes we've processed. maybe. It's going to be a breadth first search approach instead of a depth first search. Because we're going to be tracking two beams. Help me formulate an approach. You are my teacher. Please don't give straight. I didn't spell that right. Damn it. Hold on, I want to see. I feel like I kind of want to do a mock interview, but I'm also kind of shit right now. So in this puzzle, every active beam signal always moves downward. Splitters just shift a column before continuing down, so storing just row column in the queue is enough. Direction would matter only if beams could travel sideways after splitting. So I guess I'll just shift off the first one. Fuck. I feel like a retard with this one. Or not smart, I shouldn't have said that. Yep. So alright, I'll do a for loop and then for const for const row of this problem ground for const. Can I just do val, or am I thinking of this wrong? To phone graph, or is that going to be? I don't know. Let's find out. It's going to be column or val since we're using the of loop. Didn't see you, buddy. Test problem is not defined. What? This problem is not defined. Oh. Oh, did I need that one? Oh, fuck, I needed that one. It was building off of it. So it does a trim, then a split, so it splits it. Then you map over it. It gets rid of the new lines first. Then you map over and do it properly. Okay. Damn, it didn't work like I thought it would. I don't got a console lock. Yeah, I don't have one going over there. Okay. So this is little, but if I do that, because this is a for of, not for in loop. Or is that actually giving me the indexes? Gotta be row. All. Alright, let's just go see stop for loop. If row column strongly equals a carrot top, which is going to translate it to whatever the ASCII. Wait, where is carrot top? So if it equals that, we're just going to do q dot push. I need this to be a code bracket because we need to break. I'm kind of wondering if I should use it as like a template string instead. Why's that illegal? I thought, why can't I return out of a while loop? That ain't right. It's supposed to break. Oh, oh, okay. So I need to return here. Really? So we'll break out of you, and then break out of you too? But if I break out of you, I ain't getting nothing. Oh, I'm looking for the wrong thing. We're looking for S. There we go. Jesus. We're looking for the start location, and that's where we start. All right, there we go. Jesus, I feel like a bot. All right, hold on. Thirsty. I got some water in the freezer. It's just not cold yet. No, the microwave. The microwave is messing my stream up. No. Fucking microwave. All right, so we got the first node. So the starts is 0, 7 on this first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 6. It starts at 7. 0, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So we know that's where we start. Hmm. Let me think. So once we hit the first one, we know, okay, 2 beams break off from here, one to the left and one to the right. But how am I going to track that? So we start at S. So we start at S, right? We need to track the state potentially. Let me see if I can. Hmm. That's too damn big. That's really hard to... It's keeping the... Fuck. Alright, so I need to like draw a smaller one. Let's just do 0, 0, start, 0. Keep it small. Slim, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, caret, 0, 0, and 0, 0, caret, 0, and then just one more 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, so the beam starts here, right? Which is at 0, 1, 2, 0, 2. That's where we're starting. So our Q will be initiated with that. And that's where we're going to start. 0, 2. We're going to pop that off, see where it is. And now here we need to assimilate the beam. So it's still going to be the same row, but it's going to be -1, +1, right? Because the beam's now going to be start here and here. Well, actually, it's going to be column +1 because it's actually going to be here, right? Because this is the beam. And then if it hits something, it splits. So if it hits this, it's going to split and go here. Here, it ain't hitting nothing. So here, it would just go straight down, all right? But then this one would hit this, so it would bear off here too. And then one would go here because boom, it hit that, it split. So that the answer to this one would be 2. It hits 2 of them. It hits this one and it hits this one. But I'm trying to think, how do we keep track of this state? I hate graphs. Say no to graphs. Oh. Start from the row column of S, march straight down one cell at a time. Nothing happens until you land on a splinter. When you do, the current beam stops there and you enqueue 2 new beam columns. Oh, so I could, okay. If I'm looking at it that way, that's easier. Hold on. So we need to make 2 of them. We need to make one that's like, I don't know if I need to make a variable or I just push it, right? I could do, yeah, I'm going to make a variable just for now. So left would be, not Q, fucking guest problem. Or actually, it would be row column -1. And then the same for the right, which I don't need to do it this way, but the loop should be while q.length. Yeah. So it actually stops when empty. Inside the loop, you need the current right in column from the dequeued nodes. Right now, RC are undefined in that scope. Oh, fuck, it's coming from the node, which if I pull q.shift, I need to get the right and the left, so I need to destructure it out of it because the node's not right. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I like to take my time and make sure I'm fully understanding everything. I know it's not the most entertaining to watch me do this. Yeah, so I need to grab... Wait, is that not right? All right, there we go. But it needs to be row column. I don't know why I did that. Row column. And then I can just do q dot push row column. But if I take away the break, it's probably gonna be an infinite loop. Oh my god, yeah. What? Oh, I'm doing left, right. It's row column. Yeah. This is supposed to be left. All right. Wait, them are gonna be two separate. Well, yeah, they are. So I would be pushing this wrong. It would be q dot push left, q dot push right. And then it would have some kind of count variable. Oh, but it only does it. Well, we know it's start. Oh, no. No. Because whenever we hit the first one, I need to look at the problem statement again. When we hit the first one, it just starts as one node, which is directly under it. So it's only if it hits a carrot top. So let's get rid of this. But we can't do this if, well, no, we can't. We don't got code for it yet. Well, yeah, if, test problem graph row column equals carrot top. Then we can do that stuff. But right now we're just grabbing the row and column. We know that's where it starts. So it's just going to go down one. So if it just goes down one, that's row plus one. And that's it. So we do q dot push row plus one column. And then whenever we hit the carrot top, let's just do this console.log row column. Is this going to be an infinite loop? Left is not defined. Oh my god, I got that. That was from earlier. Cannot read properties of undefined. Well, let's, I guess, do an edge case for that. What? Oh, it's got to be inside of something to return. Cannot read properties of undefined reading 7. What the fuck do you mean? Is it indexing as a string? I really need graph theory practice, y'all. Wait, why is sessions up? I don't want to see this shit. Alright, so creating a graph without regex. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, let's do a inbounds helper. Yeah, let's do that real quick. So I'm gonna do this up top. We'll say const inbounds, and it'll take two arguments, the row and column, and then if r is less than 0 or r is greater than this problem graph dot length or columns less than 0, or columns greater than or equal to. I think it's equal to. Yeah, because of the -1. Same thing. But this will be. Oh fuck! Are they all the same size? Yeah, they're all the same size. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Are they guaranteed to be? Let's look at the actual problem. Pretty sure they will be. Yeah. It's a Christmas tree. So now we can just do if in bounds row column break. There we go. So right now we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, why do we get 6, 7 2 times in a row? So this is all of the carrots. That's 8. Oh, it's in order. 0, 6. Oh, no, it's not. Fuck, I just lost my count. I got 20 carrots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, there's 22. Be 22 of them. Make sure this is working like I think it's working. Making sure my mental model's right. Oh, and all of them aren't carrots. That's just tracking going down. So, yeah, we're literally just going down because of how I'm doing the queue. How am I looking so far? Switch to loop to while queue to. Okay, yes, I will make you happy. Which you can do queue though, because if it's empty, it returns undefined. Otherwise, it's going to return an object because that's how JavaScript works. An array is technically an object. Switch to loop to a while queue.length. Yep. Grab the current beam with const row column equals queue.shift. No need to spread again and only push. Wait. Is that going to work? Oh, it does work. I didn't need to do all that. Move the inbounds check before pushing. Obviously. Instead of break on out of bounds, continue so other beams in the queue still get processed. Well, that was to stop the infinite loop, yeah. Just for testing purposes. So here we would need to queue.push. Two of them. Oh shit. So this is going to make the two new beams. And we also know if we hit a carrot top, we need to increment air count. So it'll be count plus plus. And then let's console log the count at the very end. Damn! We got 85. How's that even possible? There's not 85 of them. Also, skip re-pushing the downward beam once you hit. Stop advancing the current beam. Don't keep the row plus you're already in queued. Increment the split counter. Spawn two new beams from the left and right, but only in queue them if those coordinates are in bounds and you haven't processed that. Well, they gotta be in, well, so I need to, I guess so. I feel like this is a little redundant, but I guess it's better to be safe than sorry. But we haven't actually checked these nodes yet because this is one to the left and one to the right. And theoretically, one of them could be undefined. Spawn two new beams, but only NQ them if those coordinates are in bounds. You haven't processed that column row state before. Ooh. I ain't been handling state. So every time we hit one, we'll worry about that in a second. Could do an order to clean that up. The fuck? Was that working? Inbounds is a function, so call it if not inbounds continue. Right now, inbound, yeah, index, I know. Separate the left right check so one bad side doesn't continue and skip the other, e.g. if inbounds on it. You don't push me. Wait, it's I guess it was better to keep it how I had it. Count definitely shouldn't be 85 though. All right. No, I need to do them separately. What the? See, I think, and how do I explain this without confusion? So in Python, as key value pairs, you can use an array as a key because it's like serializable or something like that. Hold on. Why in Python use arrays as keys but not JS? I'm getting sidetracked. JavaScript's plain objects only accept string symbol keys, so when you do object row column, stringifies the array to row column. Python dictionaries, in contrast, allow any hashable object as a key. Tuples is hashable, so works. Why can't JS use array as plain JS objects only accept strings, so when you do other, the array is coerced into row column. Two different arrays with the same values become different strings, only if they stringify identically. To use the actual array reference as a key, you need map, which accepts object arrays but compares by reference. Yeah, it's not explaining it how I want it to. All right, I think that's right. I think there's 22 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Damn, baby! But I think in this problem, it doesn't hit them all, does it? Yeah, it misses one of them. So it's 21. God, we visit 143 of them. So, do we need to explicitly handle the period part? Like if it's a period, continue. Your visited key collides 112 versus 11.2. Use a delimiter. Wait, what? I don't know what that means. That's a good point. That should be the first check. Use a delimiter so keys don't collide. How do I get these sessions to disappear? Awesome. When you build the cube with row column, JavaScript just concatenates the digits. So R1, 12, and 11, 2 both collapse to 1, 1, 2. Adding a delimiter keeps each coordinate distinct. Const key equals row column. Wait, that's not right. Now those examples become 112 versus 11, 2. So it wants me to literally do an array. Row, but it wants me to do the separator. Uh, so delimiter. Really? Yep. Why call it a delimiter? A delimiter is just a separated character that marks boundaries between parts of a string. A comma is a delimiter if you want to sound cool or smart. I got food in the microwave. Hold on. And I got a message I need to reply to real quick. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. If you want to vent, I'm all ears or eyes, rather. Done watching a movie. Oh. Oh my god, just call me Sniffles. I swear to God, I can't stop sniffling. Like my nose is broken. And no, I'm not doing shit. Damn Cincinnati. Food. Oh yeah. Mm. All right. I did all right. All right. So we started. All right. So first we turn it into a 2D ray, a graph, right? We create a set, a queue, the sets to visit the nodes we're at. We use a for loop to start until we hit the S, right? Once we hit the S, we push that onto the queue as our starting coordinates. Then we go into our queue, pop off the S, right? Make sure we're in bounds. And if we are in bounds, we grab the key, which is the current row column, and then we add it to the set so we know we visited it before, right? And if it is in the set, we skip this. Um or do I need to put a not operator there? No, I think that's right. The visited key still collides. Build it once and reuse it. Right now you create const key. Wait, what? Const key. Oh. This needs to be key. Dude, now it's working worse. I'm cheating a lot on this one. But I will fully understand it. Oh, I ain't hot sauce. Dude. See if I can find some brain rot in the meantime while I eat. I do want to look into the new. I bet you Fireship's already made a video on it. Wait, was it recursive? RLMs. Huh. No Fireship?
Alright, so over the last few years, we've all watched context windows get bigger and bigger. 8,000 tokens turned into 32, then 100,000, then suddenly everyone's talking about million token models. And on paper, that sounds like the problem is basically solved. Just stuff everything into the prompt and let the model figure it out, except that's not how it plays out in real use. Performance drops, answers get fuzzy, costs explode, and at some point the model just kind of loses the plot. That's where this new idea comes in. And it's not a bigger model, not a wider window, not a clever compression trick. It's a totally different way of thinking about what a language model should even see in the first place. What MIT and later Prime Intellect are proposing with recursive language models, or RLMs, is a shift in mindset. Instead of forcing the model to swallow a massive prompt all at once, you treat that prompt like an external world the model can explore. The model doesn't read everything. It pokes around, inspects pieces, writes code to search through it, and even calls smaller versions of itself to help. That sounds abstract at first, but once you break it down, it's surprisingly intuitive. Let's start with the core problem they're trying to solve. Even the best frontier models today suffer from something researchers now openly call context rot. As inputs get longer, quality drops. And the drop is faster when the task is more.
Just to get like to make a point, so like let's say you asked what's the weather like? All right, that was your first prompt. And this is going to be sent in, in the put request, get request, and all that. This is your tokens, right? I don't know how many tokens this is. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, around 6 tokens. Because tokens are part of the word, but I don't know the exact, I don't know exactly how they do it. But yeah, that's stored in memory. But they use another LLM to shorten this. So another LLM will look at this in memory and be like, what's the weather like? And it would probably just kill this, this, and this, and turn that into weather. And over time, as your context window grows bigger, right? Say you started here, now you're past here. At some point, it'll start doing that to save memory, so you have a longer context memory. But then it loses small details, right? So over time, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse.
More complex. A simple search task, like finding a specific phrase hidden somewhere in a huge document, scales pretty well. But tasks where the answer depends on many parts of the input, or worse, on relationships between many parts, fall apart quickly. This shows up very clearly in benchmarks like oolong and oolong pairs, where models are asked to transform or compare large numbers of entries instead of just retrieving one fact. In the MIT paper, they visualize this with GPT-5. As you increase input length from a few thousand tokens all the way up to hundreds of thousands, GPT-5's performance drops sharply, especially on tasks with linear or quadratic complexity. On oolong pairs, which requires pairwise aggregation across the input, GPT-5 basically collapses. F1 scores drop close to 0. And this happens even before you hit the hard context limit. So the issue isn't just not enough tokens, it's how the model processes them. Instead of stuffing a huge prompt into the AI's brain, all that text just sits outside the model, like a giant document on a desk. The AI doesn't read it all up front. It looks at it only when it needs to. The model gets a simple set of instructions on how to interact with that document. It can skim parts of it, search for specific words, pull out small sections, take notes, and even ask a smaller AI for help on just one tiny piece. So instead of drowning in information, it moves step by step, checking only what matters. You can think of it like this. The AI isn't memorizing the whole book anymore. It's flipping pages, highlighting lines, and calling in an assistant to summarize a paragraph when needed. Behind the scenes, there's one main AI running the show. That main AI is connected to a workspace where the full input lives. It can poke around, run quick searches, break the big text into smaller chunks, and hand those chunks to cheaper, smaller AIs to process. Once it has everything it needs, it puts the answer together and sends it back. To you, it still feels like a normal chat. You ask one question, You get one answer. What's powerful about this is that the AI stops thinking in terms of how much can I fit in my memory and starts thinking in terms of how do I work through this information. It's not about reading everything. It's about navigating it, and that changes everything when inputs get massive. There's a benchmark where the AI gets up to 1,000 full documents at once. That's millions of words. No normal model can read all of that in one go. It's not even close. But with this setup, the AI doesn't try to. It just scans, searches, and zooms in on the parts that matter. Everything else stays in the background, untouched. That's the real breakthrough here. The size of the input stops being the main limit. What matters instead is how smart the AI is at finding its way through information. On that benchmark, the results are honestly hard to ignore. When RLM is paired with GPT-5, it reaches a little over 91% accuracy, and the average cost per question comes in at just under $1. To put that into perspective, the old school approach, where you force the model to read everything directly, would cost somewhere between $1.50 and nearly $3 per query, and that's assuming the model could even handle that much data in the first place. And the gap gets even more obvious on tougher tasks. Take Code QA from Longbench v2. With GPT-5 on its own, accuracy is 24%. If you add a summarization agent on top, that number jumps to 41.33%, which already looks like a solid improvement. But once you switch to an RLM setup, accuracy climbs to 62%. What's really interesting is what happens when you strip things back even further. There's an ablation where the model gets access to the REPL environment but no recursive subcalls at all, and that version actually hits 66% accuracy. That's higher than the full RLM in this case. And that's a big signal. It shows that simply moving the context out of the model's head and into an external environment already makes a massive difference. Even before recursion.
Obviously, storing it in memory is going to help it instead of storing everything in the main,
version enters the picture, the model just works better when it doesn't have to carry everything in memory at once. Now look at oolong pairs, the quadratic task. This is
so it's like a way to like fuck. I'm trying to think how they would do it, right? Like what time is it? All right, we'll say user model. So whenever you send that, what time is it? It's going to take each one of these, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 to 8 tokens, right? And then this is going to be stored in memory. Then it's going to reply, what time is it? It's 4:20 p.m. Time to get high. And then that's going to be stored in memory. So now both of these are stored in memory. That's a shit ton of tokens, and that's just one question, right? Well, it's not a shit ton of tokens, but all that's stored in memory. But so what they're thinking about, or what they are doing, is like I said, what time it is. They're going to somehow break this and store it in your actual hard, long-term, persistent memory, right? But I think it's going to be like nodes. So you would have one that's time, right? Let's say that's the key, time. And then it's going to look of it, and it's going to have, like, it can keep going down, making more calls, like time. And then this can have a description of, like, I don't know, what time is it? Along with, like, how long it is, what time they sent it, right? It's going to have the metadata, timestamps, and all that. And then it's a way to break down data, but this is like not happening in current memory. This is persisted memory. I'm doing a bad job of explaining it.
This is where things get wild. GPT-5 by itself gets an F1 score of about 0.04. That's essentially useless. Summarization agents hover near 0. Codact with retrieval gets to about 24.67. The full RLM jumps to 58.00, and even the REPL-only variant, with no recursion, hits around 43.93. For Qwen 3 Coder, a massive open model, the base scores stay below 0.1 F1, while the full RLM reaches 23.11. The REPL gives the model a place to push all that context so it's not overloaded. The recursive subcalls give it a way to actually reason over that context in manageable chunks. The MIT paper also shows what these models actually do while they're working, step by step. And once you see it, it makes a lot of sense. First, the model just takes a quick look. It glances at the beginning of the input to understand what kind of mess it's dealing with. Is this a list, a pile of documents, logs, code, or something else entirely? That first glance helps it decide what to do next. After that, it gets selective. Instead of reading everything, it starts searching. It looks for words, patterns, or lines that seem relevant and ignores the rest. So the model is already cutting down the problem without actually loading everything into its head. When things get more complicated, it stops trying to handle the data all at once. It breaks the big input into smaller pieces, like individual lines or documents. Each piece gets handled separately, sometimes by smaller helper models. The main model stays in control, collecting the useful bits and combining them into one answer. Now, when the final answer itself is very long, RLMs use another simple trick. They don't try to write the whole thing in one go.
They have it stored like a key, like the weather, and then if it wants to look further, it's going to go down to weather and it's going to show the weather, but then they could like go to Celsius, Fahrenheit, and then see that, then make another recursive call, and then pull that into the relative memory, right? It's hard to explain unless you're a programmer.
They build it piece by piece, saving parts as they go, and then glue everything together at the end. That's how they get around the usual output limits. They're not talking non-stop, they're assembling. This is also why the word recursive actually matters here. The model can go back, ask again, refine something, or check its own work using smaller, focused calls. Sometimes that helps catch mistakes that would normally happen when too much information gets mixed together. Other times, it just means extra work and higher cost. And the paper doesn't hide that. Some runs are fast and clean, others wander around, double-checking too much and getting expensive. But the important part is that the model now has a way to work through information instead of being overwhelmed by it. That brings us to cost and efficiency. On average, RLMs are surprisingly competitive. In many cases, the median RLM run is cheaper than a single base model call that tries to handle everything directly. But the variance is high. Some runs are cheap and efficient. Others wander around for a long time, making many subcalls and get expensive. The authors point out that all their implementations use synchronous, blocking calls, no parallelism, no learned policies for when to stop. There's a lot of low-hanging fruit here. This is also where Prime Intellect comes in. They took the MIT blueprint and turned it into a concrete system called RLMNV. The way they set it up is very intentional. The main AI, the one making decisions, only gets access to a simple workspace. No web browsing, no huge tool outputs, no messy data flooding its memory. All the heavy lifting, things like web search or file access, gets pushed to smaller helper models. The main model stays focused on thinking, not digging. They also give it a way to send out many small.
So now the AI needs us programmers to make it better. They got the brains, but it's just a brain in a jar. We need to build around it, which, God, there's so many people building wrappers right now.
Tasks at once using something called LLM, batch. So instead of doing everything one by one, it can split work up and handle things faster. And there's a very strict
Bun.js, a mega-fast JavaScript runtime and toolchain that was built by someone
Why'd he just make a video on Bun? He's already made videos
who woke
on
up
Bun.
one day, looked at their node modules folder, and chose violence. The JavaScript programming language was originally designed in 1995
Just for the web.
for front-end scripting in web browsers.
And then it turned into, let's do everything. Let's just build a fake browser, but like headless, right? And then that'll be our runtime. And then we need a stack and stuff so we can handle asynchronous stuff. And we need to hook into Windows, right? Because it needs to be able to write to files, right? Now let's just, yeah. Let's do mobile too.
Mostly to annoy people with pop-up windows and targeted ads. But one fateful day in 2009, it escaped the browser, got a back-end job, and evolved into the most cursed toolchain in software history, with a basic stack including Node.js as a runtime, NPM as a package manager, Webpack for a bundler, Jest for testing,
Fuck Webpack.
Babel for transpiling, and a graveyard of config files nobody understands. Then, in 2021, Bun came along and said, what if the runtime could do everything and do everything faster? The JavaScript world agreed, and now Bun powers tools like Claude Code, serverless functions on cloud platforms, and the local dev environments for millions of soy devs. At its core, Bun is a JavaScript runtime like Node.js, but with an extreme focus on performance, which they achieved by swapping out C++ for Zig and Chrome's V8 engine for JavaScript Core, the same engine used by Safari. Starting from scratch has allowed it to throw up some impressive trust me bro benchmarks, but it's more than just a runtime. It replaces your bundler so you can write TypeScript and JavaScript without any config nightmares. It replaces your testing frameworks and package managers, and it even has built-in database drivers to work with SQL, Redis, and S3 buckets in the cloud. And it does all of this from a single binary, while maintaining compatibility with the Node.
Hold on. Huh. Oh, my arm on my chair broke, man. Damn, man.
Node.js ecosystem.
All right, I don't even know I'm watching this. I really do want to look into this. Like, I need to hurry up and figure this shit out. So we check if it's in bounds, we grab the key, we push it to the set, and then we push it onto the queue to move down. And then if we hit a caret, we create two beams and push them on. And we do a bounds check. I feel like we should put this down here. So, all right, so we grab the first nodes, we check if it's in bounds. If it's not, we continue to the next node if there is one. All right. We push on because we're going to move down, but I feel like that should also happen after the check. So we check if we're hitting a splitter. If we do, we increment the count because we know we hit one, and then we push this a left and a right one onto the queue. Well, no, we're checking if it's inbounds, then we push them onto the queue. If we push them onto the queue, there's no reason to do this. I need to continue here. So now that'll skip this. Let's see what we get. All right, 39. How do we hit 39? Hold on, it's saying to replace my if with this. So let's look. All right, so if we hit a caret, we increment the count. Then we do our inbounds check. If it is inbounds, oh, I did that wrong. Wait, what? Oh, does that not use a not? Yeah, that is true. I did that wrong. Wait, or did I not do that wrong? And it did it wrong. Yeah. Well, yeah, it returns true if it is inbounds, and it returns false otherwise, right? If it's less than 0, yeah. But if that's the case, why? Oh, maybe it's this right here. Yeah. Damn, we still get 39. That is not right. Damn, I didn't have that check up here. So yeah, we're doing duplicates right now. Wait, can I access key before initialization? I guess I need to do this first then. I do want to do this before. Oh, that ain't right. Oh shit, I did add it before. I didn't see I did that part. All right, that's the answer for the easy one. All right. I think we got it. So let's plug in the bad boy, which I had a lot of hand holding on this problem. Let's see if it'll pass the big boy. Ah, this thing's big. All right, so let's just put it straight. No, you know what? I'll do it properly this time. Well, no, fuck it. Let's do it the easy way. All right, here we go. 1658. First try. Let's see if it works. Where's my camera? Let's see if it works. What I say it was 1658, I'm pretty sure. Yep. First try. Please pass. So I don't have to keep doing it. Yeah. Yeah. I got a gold star. I don't even want to see what part 2 looks like. I might actually make a video of this one. But let's look at this. I gotta have my camera again. Not that one. This one. Hold on. Sorry, I keep texting people. Wait, when's the stock market close? I shouldn't have been able to sell my stocks yet. Ain't the market closed? How's the order filled? I lost $18 on that trade. When does stock close? I need to learn the stock market better. You placed a limit order, your broker queued it, it got matched internally to an ATS dark pool. The execution time temp shows 917 even though the matching engine was technically handled earlier. Dark pools. Big brokers don't always send orders straight to the lit market. They can match your buy with someone else's, execute it off exchange, or report it later. Time is super common, especially for marketers. I keep forgetting my chems off. My water got cold too. Let's go. So aftermarket trading hours are 4 to 8 Eastern time. Even though the public market is closed, it can initialize, route it, match it with another user. So the trade hasn't actually happened. The trade did happen. Placed a sell limit. Robinhood sent it to the market maker. Citadel or Virtu. The market maker guaranteed your price. So yes, they effectively said, I'll buy this from you at that price. Think of it like this. Which is probably a good time to buy their stock because they're low right now. I don't know how much lower they're going to get. But I probably don't have access to that money yet. Let's find out. Holy shit. It did that quick? Damn. I lost about $40 on I think it's SHIB. That's crazy. I have a net gain, like a gross gain, right, out of everything I've done. Pretty sure it was SHIB. Or was it Doge? I think it was SHIB. Yep. Oh, they're not actually that down. I should have sold it at that peak, dude. There was one point where it about doubled, but I was trying to ride the wave. But SHIB's still trading at 0.00000079. But I cashed out a SHIB. It took me about 2 hours to solve this. And I had some hand holding. 1658. All right. Let's do it from scratch. I need to make this a one take. We'll start from the beginning of the problem. And then go from there. Let me do a camera check. Because I am going to log it. Record it, I mean. Alright, this is a one take. I'm ChronoKross, and we're going to be solving, which I've already solved it, but we're going to be solving it again. Day 7 laboratories. This is the problem. You think how do you pronounce cell? Hold on. I can cut this. Or did I already do this? I think I did.
Cephalopods.
Cephalopods. You thank the cephalopods for the help and exit the trash compactor. Finding yourself. All right, let me start over. You thank the cephalopods. I see. I can't. I don't like that word. You thank the cephalopods for the help and exit the trash compactor, finding yourself in the familiar halls of a North Pole research wing. Based on the large sign that says Teleporter Hub, they seem to be researching teleportation. You can't help but try it for yourself and step onto the large yellow teleporter pad. Suddenly, you find yourself in an unfamiliar room. The room has no doors. The only way out is the teleporter. Unfortunately, the teleporter seems to be leaking magic smoke. Since this is a teleporter lab, there are lots of spare parts, manuals, and diagnostic equipment lying around. After connecting one of the diagnostic tools, it helpfully displays error code OHN0, which apparently means that there's an issue with one of the tachyon manifolds. You quickly locate a diagram of the tachyon manifold, your puzzle input. A tachyon beam enters the manifold at the location marked S. Tachyon beams always move downwards. I'm mutilating that word. Tachyon beams pass freely through empty space, periods. However, if a tachyon beam encounters a splitter, the beam is stopped. Instead, a new beam continues from the immediate left and from the immediate right of the splitter. For example, we're given this. This is their starting point. So a beam's going to form right here, right? Boom, there's one iteration. Now the second iteration is going to be hitting the carrot top. So it's going to split one here, right? And then it's going to do the same thing. These are going to keep going down till they hit this. When they hit this, they split. So there's going to be one here. Edge case though, since these are side by side, instead of creating two more in the middle, it's just going to be one. So there'll be one there, there, and there. And then that just keeps repeating until you get to the very end. So to repair the teleporter, you first need to understand the beam splitting properties of the tachyon manifold. In this example, a tachyon beam is split a total of 21 times. So the easiest way to figure out how many times we hit a splitter is just count the splitters we hit. Right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We don't hit this one. 21. So that's basically the problem. How many times are we going to hit the little carrot top? In your head, you're probably thinking of a 2D array as a graph, right? Well, I don't know what you're thinking, honestly. But the naive thing's like, okay, let's just simulate this. Let's actually make these and move them down each iteration, right? If we hit a carrot top. But how are we going to keep track of all this state? That would be a lot of state to keep track of. So I used a breadth first search approach using a queue. You could solve this with recursion, but I'm not going to. And I don't plan, well, I kind of want to just to see how hard it is, because I'm not the best thinking recursively, but I'm not horrible. But yeah, all right, so let's start the problem. All right, so we know we need a queue. I know I need a queue, so let's go ahead and create the queue. Const queue equals empty array, right? A queue's first in, first out, right? I'm pretty sure. A queue is first in, first out, yeah? Or do I got it backwards? Yeah, okay. I get it mixed up with the LIFO one. Yeah. Last in, first out. That's a stack though. All right. So we also, I know I need a set. What do I need a set for? To track the nodes that we've hit. All right. So the queue, we need to initialize it with the starting point. So how do we get the starting point of this problem? We're going to use the small one. We need the coordinates of wherever we start. So we can start a loop, and then once we hit this, we can push it onto the queue. So let's do that now in the code. Yeah, buddy. That's definitely not it. What? This ain't a day 7 problem. I guess this is old code I didn't update. Ignore that. Oh yeah, that's part of the problem too, turning that into a nested array. This is how I did it in JavaScript if you're curious. Ignore this code. This was for another problem. I can get rid of that actually. But yeah, we we turn it into a string with the backticks. I can't think of the proper term to call that off the top of my head. Template literal. Freak, what are the backtick strings called? In JS, what are string called? Temp literals? I don't know why that's what comes to my head. In JS, backtick strings are called template literals. Well, yeah, I just called it temp. Okay, whatever. So yeah, I use a template literal for the large inputs I get off of Advent of Code, because if it's a string, strings don't work. Well, I was wanting to get the big test case back to show my point, but All right, back to the problem. So we got a queue made, we got a set made. Now we need to go through. Well, let's go ahead and console log it so you know what we're dealing with. Called test problem graph. So this is how I parsed it. Console log count. That's not, we don't have that right now. So yeah, it's just an array of arrays. It's a graph. All right, so now we just need to go through it and find the coordinates to S. How do we do that? Well, with a for loop. For let r equals 0. R is less than test problem.graph.length. And then r plus plus. Then another one. For let c equals 0. C is less than test problem graph 0 dot length C plus plus, which is an awesome programming language. I wonder if C plus plus is like 20 years from now just gonna be dead. I know a lot of the internet's built on top of C plus plus, so it might still be alive 10 years from now. But I feel like Rust is going to be the new C++ if that's the last thing they do, the Rust Foundation. All right, so let's go. We're going through it, right? So let's make sure this is working right. We can just do test problem, then row, column to index it, and that should give us each individual value. And let's do it. And it's working. Are we getting any undefined? Don't look like it. All right. So now we'll just do an if statement. If test problem, graph, row, column strictly equals S, we're just going to push it onto the queue. So queue dot push array row column, and then we'll just break. Make sure that's working like a thing, because I might not be doing something right. All right, we get 0.7 a lot, so we possibly need to do another break here. No. So when this happened last time, how do I early terminate it instead of pushing it that many times? Because I can't use return here because it's not inside of a function. Unfortunately. Why can I only use return in a font? Is it something to do with like document window? Return only makes sense inside a function because it returns a value to a caller. No function, no caller, nowhere to return to. Yeah, I guess there's technically nothing to catch it. Oh, that's why it's inside of the for loop. We all have our moments, right? So now this can be a break. I just don't want to go through the entire array if I don't have to, right? So let's make sure it's not going through the entire array. I don't think it is. Oh shit, it is. So we need to find a way to... I need this to fully stop when it hits. Yeah. Now, I think it's fine if you use an AI for tiny things, right? Stops this loop. So if I put another break in there. Well, yeah, that is one way I could do it. All right, let's just turn this to a little helper. Const find start, which will take in a row and a column as an argument. Now, instead of doing break, I can just return, do an early return. Well, nope, we don't want to do that. Nope. All right, so now we can console.log. Oh shit, no, this needs to be graph. Oh my god. And then we can turn this to graph. We don't need to make it modular like this, but... And then we can call find start. Wait, it is literally called a graph? I thought that was test problem. Wait, oh, I control D that. That's test problem graph. All right, we is on a roll of messing up here. We get undefined. Q.push. So let's check the Q. I might need to rename it to something better. Wait, why am I so... Oh, this will be fun. We're going to even make it where you got to pass in the Q. All right, there we go. That took me too long. Damn, this ain't a good start. I might need to redo this take. No, I want people to see what it's really like. Just for reference, I've been coding over 7 years now. All right, so this properly updates it. Let's just double check that we're not logging everything, because that's the reason I put this in a helper. So it's going to be row column. Awesome. Yep, awesome. See, putting that in a helper just saved our runtime a little. Was it worth the overhead of turning it into a function? But now all we need to do is call find start, and then we pass in the graph, which is test problem graph, and then we pass in the Q that we want to mutate, all right? And then we'll console log our Q before we call it. and after we call it, just to make sure it's giving us the expected behavior. This is, whoa. Oh yeah, that's the old one. Empty, now it's full. Okay. So now that that's done and that's built out, we can actually get to the heart of the problem, which is we need to start with the queues. So while queue.length, we'll do const row column. This is destruction, right? Equals test problem graph. That gives us our current row and column we're using. We're using a queue to process each node. We're going to treat each cell as a node, right? So our first one's on the S. That's where we're starting. We're starting at the starting point. So we also need to make sure we're not out of bounds, all right? Like if we're like -1, 2, or 10, 5, but it's only got a like length of 9 by 9 or something, which 10, 5 would technically, yeah, that would be out of bounds. But yeah, so now let's create a little helper for inbounds. So const inbounds, which will take the row column. We're not going to pass the array explicitly into this one since it's in the same scope, all right? But if I was like building a big app, it would probably take the graph as its own argument too. Just for like clairvoyance, I suppose. So if r is less than 0 or r is greater than dot length, or column's less than 0 or column is greater than this problem graph 0 dot length. If any of this is true, it's out of bounds. Otherwise, it's in bounds. And as normal, let's test the in bounds. All right, so let's do a C-log. And let's do in bounds of something we know that's not in bounds. So let's say -1, 100. That should return false. All right. Well, that shouldn't give me an infinite loop. All right, we get false. Now let's do 0, 0. Oh, I did get infinite loop. We got true. Now, what if it's 0.5, which, you know, that's out of scope of the problem. We get true, right? But we don't really care about that because we know in this problem, we're not going to get decimals or anything crazy like that, right? So yeah, it's working like I expect. All right, so we're going to do an inbounds check. So if inbounds, and we're going to pass the row and the column. Maybe I should have called this is inbounds for is in. If it's inbounds, if it's not inbounds, we're just going to continue. All right, let me think for a second. So we know we need to see if it's hitting the carrot top. So let's go ahead and write that out. If test graph row column strictly equals a carrot top, we need to do this. Else, we need to do that. So, okay. Let's make us a fake graph. 0, 0. We'll say that's the start. 0, carrot top, carrot top, carrot top, 0, carrot top. Our beam would start here, right? Well, it would technically start here. It's going to hit this. Oh, but there's a carrot top here. We just hit an edge case. So that wasn't the best example. Let's do another one. There's another edge case. I'm surprised I solved this so quickly. Because there's a lot of edge cases I didn't take into consideration. But I guess since they only give you like 2 problems to test against. So we would start here. Then this would break off to here and here. But since it's hitting this one, right? It's going to go to here to here. And then it's going to hit that one. It's going to hit that one. Then it's going to split again. So the answer to this problem would be 1, 2, 3. Did that actually help? I don't know. But now that's what we need to handle here. So if it equals a carrot top, we know it needs to split. If it doesn't hit a carrot top, we know it's just going to go down. We're using the Q to simulate the moving of the beams, right? So we can just say Q dot push air row and column. But remember, it's moving, and it's moving down. So that would be row plus 1. Right? So if we're here, that's coordinate 0, 1. But if we want to get down 1, let's not ignore the carrots. From 0, 1, it would be 1, 1. So that's plus 1 here, right? And then 2, 1, 3, 1. So 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. You get me? So you just add plus 1 to the row. So it's row plus 1 to move just down. That should be self-explanatory, but just in case, now you know. That's all this is doing right here. Now we know if we hit the carrot top, it's going to split to 2 more beams, right? So let's simulate that. Q dot push. Wait, does that move over? So if it's here, we need one. Oh no, immediately to the left and immediately to the right. So instead of looking down here, I need to look here. So that's just take away 1 from the column and plus 1 from the column. So then that's row, column, take away 1, and then column plus 1. We're simulating the beams right now. We also need to do an end bounds check here because we're moving the row and column. So let's say a row and column starts at 0, 0, right? When we try to simulate this left one, we would be out of bounds. Why am I drawing that? I don't know. So we need to use our little helper again. If is in bounds, not, we just continue. And then we push, push, push. Oh, also we need a counter because every time we hit the carrot top, we need to increment that counter. I wish I'd have used let const. Wait, is that legal? It's a key word, so it shouldn't work, right? We'll just call it count, not counter. So if we hit it, boom. Oh yeah, this takes the row and column. Oh, we need to do it with the... Well, we need to do it 2 times. I could put it in one loop, but I prefer 2. Q dot push, and then we'll do the count plus equals plus equals 1. Wait, yeah, this ain't, I forgot to do the shift, which removes the first element from an array and returns it. If the array is empty, undefined is returned and the array is not modified. Alright, so we grab the row and column. We check if it's in bounds. If it is in bounds, we check to see if we're on a caret top, which we shouldn't be currently. So we do another bounds check to make sure that what we're about to do is in bounds, right? And then we simulate making a beam to the left and a beam to the right. So we add them to the queue. And then we increment or count by 1. If it's not a caret top, we just simulate the beam going down 1 time and push that onto the queue. Am I broken? We about to find out. So let's just do count, because count's what would give us the answer. I'm sure I got some bugs. We're running an infinite loop that whole time too, by the way. Cannot read properties of undefined reading dot. Wait, we did an inbound. Oh yeah, that's not. You don't use not. That's my fault. That's my fault. All right, wait, we're still going? That's problem 0 dot linked. C is greater than. Huh? Why am I getting undefined? I just messed up all this. Why am I getting undefined there? Because I know my input's not empty. Oh, this is, oh, oh my God. We was actually, yeah, oh, that was bad. So we was actually messing with the input and not the queue. So whoever was watching this, you've probably been staring at that from the beginning. I'm so sorry. All right, so we get 0, which is not right. Where am I messing up now? Yeah, I was wanting to do a one-take solution video and I fucked it up. Oh. This is supposed to be equal to. Still getting 0. This is supposed to be not in bounds. Wait, why? Wait, what? Oh, we forgot the set. Oh my god. So, okay, why am I getting confused with that? I want to put this in brackets just to make it easier to read. Are you sure? All right, so if it is in bounds, true. Yeah. Visited guard is inverted. You skip new cells and only process ones already visited. So if set dot has key. Oh yeah, I don't want to do it not. If it doesn't, yeah. So if it does have it, we skip. And we got 21, which is the answer. God dang it. All right, this is going to be boring, but I'm about to do it one more time from the top. And I forgot that this is part of the problem. So we need to trim and split it, then map over it and split it, right? So first we trim the beginning and the end white spaces, which in the context of this problem, there is none. But if there was, it would look like this, right? Well, you can't really see it unless you look like finding white spaces is hard. But if you can highlight it, you know it's a white space. But we don't have the white space problem. So I probably need to get rid of this too. Trim, split, map, split. All right, from the top here in a second. Actually, let me watch some YouTube for a second, and then I'm going to do it because I literally just did it. This will be the third time solving the same damn problem. But I do plan on making a Cloudflare tunnel, but it's looking like that ain't going to happen today. Oh, let me tell Poop that. He's been texting me. Okay, it was free. Hold on. But yeah, my next project idea is I have a Raspberry Pi, right? So I have a Raspberry Pi, or let's do this. Right. This is my router. This is my home PC. Keys and all that. That's a bad picture. Alright, so this is my computer. And then this is my Pi. So what I'm going to do is use right here is a Cloudflare tunnel. Right? So it'll better make a one-way connection here. It's an outbound connection, but that outbound connection can also take inbound requests, right? And then the Pi over SSH and LAN will be connected to my computer. On my computer, right? Oh, shit. On my computer, I have Llama. I don't know how to spell it. .cpp, which is an inference engine, right? And then I have a LLM that feeds into it. Right now, I'm using some cheap quantized model because all I have is a 4080. So I only have 16 gigabytes of VRAM, and that's the main thing models love is parallelism, which you need a graphics card to achieve it at max speeds because of the VRAM. But anyways, yeah, so it runs AI for free in the CLI, all right? So I have a model that I run here. It takes inputs and outputs, but this also comes with a HTTP server. So anyways, this is my AI, right? So I can go online, let's say nathangwynn.com and send something. It's going to send that message from wherever in the world to my router. The router's going to route it to my Pi. My Pi is going to check to see if my computer's awake. If my computer's not awake, it's going to wake it up. And then I have the Llama CPP running on there. It's going to query. It's going to take whatever the payload was, read it. The model is going to spit out an answer. So it's going to have the answer on the computer. And then I'm probably going to have some memory layer in between it. I'm not sure yet. But just for the prototype, it's going to send the message back to the Pi. And then the Pi is going to send it to Cloudflare Tunnel. And then the Cloudflare Tunnel is going to send it out to the world. I did a really, really, really bad job of explaining this. But I'm 100% going to do this idea because then it's free AI. Completely free. Oh. Yep. Like I'm talking to myself. You know what? I don't give a shit. Hey, look, it's me. Give a shit. Hey, look, it's me. Yo, take it in the butt. Take it in the butt, what? Take it in the butt. Take it in the butt. Yo, take it in the butt. Take it in the butt, what? Take it in the butt. Take it in the butt. Yo, take it in the butt. Take it in the butt, what? Take it in the butt. All right. This is recursion. Take it in the butt, what? Take it in the butt. All right. This is recursion. All right. I wish my hair's really bothering me. I wish my hair's really bothering me. I wish my hair's really. All right, let me see what messages I got. Oh, I did that wrong. Wait, what am I looking at? All right, he said, listen to War Ready. Who's it by? Daddy Wonka. Daddy Wonky. What a bad hair day, y'all. Do I still got the problem? Oh, the girl ain't messaged me back, bro. I thought I sent a good. Oh wait, you can't do dating on desktop. Nope, she definitely ain't messaged me back. I matched with 2 teachers, but I can't talk to a lot of girls at one time. I can't. It's just too much for me. I prefer to talk to like one girl at a time. But then, putting all your eggs in one basket, you know. All right, I'm gonna do this problem from the top again, and hopefully I don't choke it all up. So we got to get rid of everything. All right, here we go. Wait, can I just? Yeah. All right. Mm, that's just gonna have to do. All right, here we go. Damn it. Oh, the song.
Tell them bitches that I'm ready, war ready. I don't fuck with my daddy, he'll put that fella. These niggas be jelly, real jelly. I don't need no friend, cause I know that I'm stepping. Young nigga gon' rock the party. Got your bitch tryna talk the party. If some shit go down, my young nigga gon' start the party. I ain't tryna crash out. I go Ricky Bobby, body after body. Leave a nigga dead in the lobby. I ain't no karate. Still knew how to flip the profit. Start clutching shotties. Young nigga kept him pocket rocket. Bitch, I'm in my bag now, so she go back. Won't do no book out on D-Rad, yeah. I'ma drop a bag. Don't give a fuck about what the price is. And I'm up one. Wanna soul take my shine, cause I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. Bitch that I'm ready, war ready. I don't fuck with my daddy, he'll put that fella. These niggas be jelly, real jelly. I don't need no friend, cause I know that I'm stepping. Young nigga gon' rock the party. Got your bitch tryna talk the party.
Let's see this.
Tell them bitches that I'm ready, war ready. I don't fuck with my daddy, he'll put that fella. These niggas be jelly, real jelly.
Oh, I was about to say they got rid of cookies, but no.
Party. Got your bitch tryna talk the party. If some shit go down, my young nigga gon' start the party. I ain't tryna crash out. I go Ricky Bobby, body after body. Leave a nigga dead in the lobby. I ain't no karate. Still knew how to flip the profit. Start clutching shotties. Young nigga kept him pocket rocket. Bitch, I'm in my bag now, so she go back. Won't do no book out on D-Rad, yeah. I'ma drop a bag. Don't give a fuck about what the price is. And I'm up one. Wanna soul take my shine, cause
It ain't that bad, but
I'm the chosen.
all right. The problem from the freaking top. Hopefully without messing up 1,000 times, right? You said you was gonna give me 10 of them, man. There's gotta be 10 people in here, I guess. Appreciate the sub though, cause I'm broke, man. I'm so broke right now. I spent all my money on the car, and you over here buying toy cars for freaking 20K, man. Fudge. Not fair. Give me the dev job I needed. I probably need to apply to actually get a job though, yeah. But I'm gonna do this problem from the top. It's gonna be my third time solving it. Hey. Was that the same sub or is my stuff? Oh shit, dude, calm down. Because I feel bad if you start spending a lot of money. Because that's a lot of money, bro. Calm down. I do appreciate it though. You're helping me a little bit. Maybe it'll boost me up in the algorithm. Let's see. What does Twitch look? Which is, I don't know how to ask it. Algo work like us subs or cheers boost or boost no your boost your reach exposure. Twitch's algo is way more viewer behavior, so the more views and concurrent viewers, retention, chat activity, click through. Poop, you need to leave me open in something so I have an extra viewer. A lot of people use bots. I just don't want to be that person. I heard streaming's dying because of AI. Ooh. But alright, I'm going to do this code one more freaking time. Hopefully I don't mess up because I'm recording, so it needs to be able to be clipped into a video. Alright. Cephalopod, 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 cephalopods. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce that. Right? Cephalopods, cephalopods.
Cephalopods.
Yeah. Alright, day 7, Advent of Code Laboratories. Let's see what problems we run into today. You thank the cephalopods for the help and exit the trash compactor, finding yourself in the familiar halls of the North Pole Research Wing. Based on the large sign that says Teleporter Hub, they seem to be researching teleportation. You can't help but try it for yourself and step onto the large yellow teleporter pad. Suddenly you find yourself in an unfamiliar room. The room has no doors. The only way out is the teleporter. Unfortunately, the teleporter seems to be leaking magic smoke. What the hell's magic smoke? Actually got a definition link to it. Since this is a teleporter lab, there are lots of spare parts, manuals, and diagnostic equipment lying around. After connecting one of the diagnostic tools, it helpfully displays error code OH-NO, which apparently means that there's an issue with one of the tachyon manifolds. You quickly locate a diagram of the tachyon manifold, which is your puzzle input. A tachyon beam enters the manifold at the location marked S. Tachyon beams always move down. Word. Tachyon beams pass freely through empty space. However, if a tachyon beam encounters a splitter, which is a carrot top, the beam is stopped. Instead, a new tachyon beam continues from the immediate left and from the immediate right of the splitter. For example, so this is their puzzle input, which I already have it pasted over here and here as a template literal. All right. So we start here, which a beam is going to form at the starting point. In this example, the incoming tachyon beam extends downwards from S until it reaches the first splitter. Right? So it hits the first. I've already solved it. It wasn't that bad to solve, actually. I did have a little bit of hand holding, but still. So yeah, so it starts at the S. Whenever it hits a beam, it splits into two, so it makes two more beams, and they keep falling down until they hit these, and then they split from there. But you see here, it's only going to make 3 of them. So it hits them, goes down until it hits them all, right? So it just splits on the carrot tops. One to the left, one to the right. And then there's cases like this where instead of it making 4, it's going to be 3 because of the separation. So if you were me, your naive approach to this would be like, okay, well, let's turn this into a graph, a 2D array. And let's just start here. And then let's start a node down. And then let's just keep track of that state. Whenever it hits a carrot top, well, we need to make 2 more to the left and right. So every time we hit a carrot top, we want a counter, right? Because that's what it wants for the answer. How many of the splitters do we hit is essentially what it wants. I probably should have read all that, shouldn't I? To repair the teleporter, you first need to understand the beam splitting properties of the tachyon manifold. In this example, a tachyon beam is split a total of 21 times. So again, it has to hit a carrot top to split. So we're just going to count how many times it hits. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Hey, doggy. You want some Texas Pete? Huh? You want some Texas Pete? This dog, the only thing it lets you scratch is its booty. Like every time it's so annoying. Like you try to pet her on the head and she'll turn around and put her butt up towards you. Scratch that booty. Scratch that booty. Alright, girl. That's all the booty scratching you get. Now jump up for the camera. Come on. Show yourself. Say hey. Hey. Pretty doggy. Yeah. You're distracting my stream. Oh, yeah. See, she's getting that booty scratch. Look at her. Now stop. Here we go. You ready? Booty scratch. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, girl. Get down. She's very well behaved dog. But all right. So, yeah. So, the approach I'm going to use for this is a breadth first search, which is usually a queue. We're not going to use recursion because that's just, I don't want to. If I don't have to use recursion, I'm not using it. But we're going to use the queue to basically simulate recursion. If you think about it, it's like simulating the recursion stack, the frames, right? Just think the queues like each recursion call kind of in a way. Anyways, it's not important. So we need to what's the word? I'm having a brain fart right now. We need to parse this. All right, so this is how I'm going to do it. I don't like regex, so we're going to say const test problem capitalized equals test problem. Whoop. Test problem, and we're going to use the trim, which gets rid of beginning and ending white space. And then we're going to split it, but we're going to split it on the new line characters. And it's definitely not caps. All right, now we need to do it again. So we'll say const test problem graph, which will equal test. No, it's the other one. Test problem dot map, and we're going to take each row. Do I have insert on or delete? And we're going to do row dot split. Because it's got new lines in it, brother. That's how we're splitting each row. And then once we have each row, we're going to take it and split it. We could keep it a string if we wanted to, but I'm pretty sure that's right. Import test problem graph. I did name that right. All right, test problem graph. Oh. Export. Oh my God, it is. Export const test problem graph. And then this should auto test problem graph. There we go. And let's just make sure we imported that right. Yeah, we're in the right one. So it would be problems, day 7. No, all right, so that is error. Can I find module import from, did you mean day 7? Oh, I hate that. It doesn't automatically put the .js. I probably need to update that extension. All right. And there we have our input all clean and nice. Or you can use it. All right. So to start the problem, we know we need a queue. So I'm going to start with the queue, which is just going to be an array. But remember, a queue is first in, first out. Just follow that rules, and essentially it's a queue. We need a way to track the nodes that we visited. So what's a good way to do that? Yeah, let's say it. Const set equals new set. All right. Let's not use white space here. Oh, we also know that we're going to need a counter to count every time we hit a caret. So let's go ahead and get that written out too. And then we know that's going to be the answer. Well, we can't return count because this ain't inside of a function. So we'll just C-log it. This will be the answer. Why are you calling me right now? No, I can't answer right now. I'm streaming. Oh, hey, at least I know she's wanting to talk. I just wait until she's done calling and send her to my stream. Hold on. No. Do I look real bad today? I don't look good, but I look alright. I'm gonna get insecure if I got a girl in here watching me, bro. And my hair. Why do I get all of my head, dude? But alright. Sorry. Poop. I care. I get in my head, right? Alright, so we got the cube. We got a set. We got a counter. We logged the counter. Well, yeah. Logged it, but that's going to give us 0, right? Because we ain't done no code. Alright, so we know we need a queue. And then our input, again, looks like this. So we know we start on the S, right? So I'm going to use a for loop, go through here, and then whenever I hit S, I know that that's your starting point. So we're going to push that into the queue. So let's do that now, which is going to be a for loop. So for let row equals 0, row is less than test problem graph dot length, and then row plus plus. Then another one for let column equals 0, column is less than test problem graph 0 dot length, column plus plus. And then we'll say if test problem graph row column, that's the current element we own, equals S, we are going to Q dot push our current row and column, and then we need to exit the loop. Oh, yeah. So since we're not inside of a function right now, our scope's like global, right? So if we return something, there's nothing that can catch it right now. So therefore, I need to put this in a helper function. Otherwise, we got to go through every element in the array. I'd rather do an early return, but that's illegal right now, right? So if I run, it's going to say illegal return statement. So let's put this in a function. We'll say const get start, which will take row column. And then we're going to have these little squigglies. So now we got get start, row column, but now we can return. So let's do a test, which would be clog get start. Oh, let's pass in the graph. I think that's just cleaner, right? What do you want, baby girl? What do you want? Come here, babies. What do you want? What's the baby want? What's the baby want? Do you use the bathroom? Do you need the bathroom? You need some more butt rubs. All right, get down, girl. She never barks. The only time she barks is when she's sleeping, and then something wakes her up. She's like, "Woof, woof," and then she goes back to sleep. That's the only time she barks. It's cute. So we get start, takes row, column, graph. Or no, we just take the graph. We don't need the row and column. What am I doing? So we just take the graph. We're going to call get start with our input, which is test problem graph. And hopefully it works. Oh, we got this other. Oh, it don't work. Oh, it's because it's in the queue. My brain's not working right now. All right, so it works. We got the node 07, which if we look at, God, it's so big. It's 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's the starting point, and it's in the queue. So now we can just call get start on error test problem graph, which mutates the queue. So that was empty. When we call this, it's not empty no more. So just to prove my point, starts out empty, has something in it. Your dog knows how to speak. Yeah, she'll just come up and whine at you nonstop. But I just let her out before I started the stream. Well, I've been streaming 3.5 hours. I fed her. Should I let her out? If she comes back, I'll let her out. Alright, we got the get start method, we got the queue, we got the set. So now we need to process the queue. So let's do that. So we'll say while queue.length. So remember Z in JavaScript's falsy, right? So if the length's 0, it's gonna return false, and then the not's gonna make it true. Wait, did I invert that? Did I explain that right? So while there is q.length, so if it's 0, it's falsy. So it's gonna be true. Wouldn't that flip it to true? I don't think I need a not operator. Oh my god, I'm overthinking right now. Yeah, while q.length. So we'll pop off the first element using destruction, row column equals q.shift. Remember, first in, first out. Shift takes the first element out. And then let's just make sure that's working like we think. And that should not give an infinite loop. Oh, yeah, 0, 7. All right. So I could add like boobs to prove my point. And now we got boobas. So now that we got the coordinates, we know that that's the starting point. We're starting on the starting point. So we know we need to add it to the set. Set.add key. So in JavaScript, you can't use an array as a key because they're stored by reference. So therefore, we need to use a template literal and a delimiter to properly put it in the set. So we say const key equals backticks, template literal or string interpolation, I can't remember the proper term, row, then the delimiter, which is the comma, and then the column. So that will be the key, whatever the row and column is. And then we add it to the set to know we visited this specific point. All right, let me think. We got the key, we got the first one, so we want to check if it's a caret. No, we need to check if it's in bounds, so we need to make an in bounds helper. So let's say const, should I say is in bounds? No, let's say not in bounds. Let's change it a little bit. Which will take the row column. And then if test problem graph row column. Actually, I don't want to keep doing that, so we'll say const node equals problem graph row column. Or we'll say current. Or no, let's just use node. No, we'll use chords. I don't know, man. I'm so indecisive right now. So wait. Oh no, we need to, oh my God, we needed individual. So yeah, we need to check the row individually and the column individually. So how do we know it's not in bounds? Well, if the rows less than 0 or greater than the length of the array, it's not in bounds. So let's just type that. Or row is greater than or equal to test problem graph.length. Or we do the same thing but with column. If that's true, we return false. And it return true. Or wait. No, we should invert that because of the name of the function, right? Right? Or am I overcomplicating this? No. That should work. All right. Is not in bounds. So if, what I name that weird thing again? Not in bounds. Wait, I got to use a not operator to make that work, don't I? Let's just use in bounds. I'm overcomplicating stuff. So yeah, in bounds is in bounds is in bounds. Wait, why is that? There we go. If is in bounds. So if, yeah, I did have it right. Continue. That just means we're out of bounds. We can't do nothing with this node. Let's continue. Otherwise, we save it to the set. That means we visited it. All right, so now we need to actually do the check. If test problem graph row column strictly equals the string caret top, we do this. Else, we do this. All right, so remember what happens if we hit a caret top. If we do hit a caret top, the beam split, right? So there'll be a new beam to the left and a new beam to the right, ideally. There is edge cases, but we're going to keep it dumbed down and simple. So how do we create two new beams? Well, whatever our current row and column is, we just add one and take away one, right? Because we're just moving from where we're at over, but it's going to be two of them. So to simulate that, we'll just push them onto the queue because we know that's the next place they're going to be. I think I explained that pretty decently. So we're going to say queue dot push row column take away 1, right? 0. No, that's going up, ain't it? No, that's right. Yeah, that's right. And then we're going to do one that's to the left. This one will be to the right. And also remember, if we hit a caret top, we need to increment our count. So it'll be count plus equals 1. If it's not a caret top, it's most likely a period. If it's a period, we just move down 1. So we'll do q dot push row plus 1 column. So that's just gonna move it down 1 row. It's gonna stay in the same column, so it's going down. I know that there's a lot of fucking mental modeling of this. What am I missing? We got our inbounds check. Hopefully it's working right. We got our get start. We call the get start. That gives us the starting coordinate and pushes it onto the queue. Then we pop off the starting coordinates, make a key out of it, check if it's inbound. Oh, we need to check if this is inbounds because these are coordinates we haven't checked, right? We checked their current coordinate that we are on here, and we did not call that with a row and column. So we need to check if it's inbounds here for these two coordinates. So if is in bounds, row column take away 1. Continue. And then we do this. Yeah. Wait, why'd that go over it like that? So if it's inbounds, so if it's not inbounds. So I probably should have called that inbounds. We skip it. Otherwise, we push it to the queue, incrementer counter. If we hit a caret top and we make 2 beams, otherwise we make 1 beam. And then the set.add key, I want to do this at the very end. Set.add key, if it's inbounds, continuing test. I want to one-shot this, but I know I got a bug somewhere. Yeah, we got 39. That's definitely not the answer. Oh, we're not checking the set. So since we did the set, we forgot to do the set check, right? We probably should do that after the bounds check. So if set dot has row column continue. Oh no, we need to say key. This is a JavaScript thing, right? In Python, you could have just done row column, but you can't here. Bam, there's the answer. There's the solution for you. So now you go to the big problem. We'll grab the big input from it, which is right here. The big old Christmas tree. And this code right here is going to tell us if we start a beam right here, how many carrot tops it's going to hit. So let's just put it into the test problem right here into the template literal. Control V, Control save. That's like 142 lines. And then pray to God when I run it, it works. We get 1658. And we put it in here. 1658. Submit. All right, I got to do some debugging. Definitely not inbound. I don't see where I messed up. Oh, did I plug it into the... Oh, yeah, that is the answer. It's I've already submitted it, so I submitted it to part 2. That is the answer. Jesus. All right, I got cotton mouth. Need some more water. All right, what are we doing now, poop? Poop-a-choo, poop-a-choo, poop-a-choo. I can't believe that girl called me. We ain't actually talked really. But I want to make that tunnel with the pie. Did you understand what I was talking about, poop? Where I make the Cloudflare tunnel. Well, I tried to explain it here, but I just got a phone number. Oh, can y'all hear that when that happens? Hold on, I'm texting. I'm proud of myself for solving that. But yeah, so this is the internet. We'll use a world, right? And then there's Cloudflare. So just gonna use like this. Wait, I did that wrong, didn't I? No. Then there's my Pi, my CPU slash AI. So that's essentially how it's going to work, right? It sends the request to Cloudflare. The Pi has a tunnel with Cloudflare, which is an outbound connection, but it goes both ways. You can go both ways with it. And then the Pi is going to check if my computer is awake. And if it's awake or not, it'll wake it up, wait for the response, then send the response back. The Pi will get it. Maybe I'll do some extra magic stuff here eventually. Maybe even save it to a database, like the prompt history or something. Or maybe add some RAG retrieval here, right, where it searches the web and stuff. Well, that would go back here. That's optional, though. I don't know if I'm going to do all that. But I just want to expose my AI to the web. That's essentially all I want to do. I'm hidden from the world. But yeah, my current model, can't remember all the commands, so I had to copy them here. That's crazy. It saves the state of the highlighting. So if I close that and open it back, that's crazy. They really did that, didn't they? That's crazy. All right, so this spins up my local server in the Llama CPP, which is an inference engine. The inference engine's what makes AI work, right? It's like the heart of artificial intelligence. So we spin that sucker up, spin up a new Linux environment, and try to remember where everything's at. We got a Twitch chat bot, change directory, Twitch /chat bot, ls. And then it's bun, run, source. I want to say server.ts, maybe. Nope. Okay, this is. Wait, what? Maybe it's just bun run? Oh, it's bun run bot. Bun run bot. Wait, what? All right, so it was one layer up. That's my bad. All right, so the bot's running. We got one more. Change directory projects / MCP. Oh, okay. Where it's projects. Change directory MCP. Yes. Fun run service. What's under source? So fun run source. slash server. All right. So we got my memory layer, right? We got my Twitch chatbot, right? And then we got our actual inference engine. So the inference engine, well, first y'all send something to chat. This catches it. It catches it, sends it to the other service, which is like my memory layer, so it can save it. Then it forwards that request, gets whatever the output is, takes it back, saves it with the user, then sends it to the Twitch chatbot, and the Twitch chatbot sends it to chat. So if you do ask, hey, am I a good programmer? Uh-oh. It ain't working. Uh-oh. Oh, it's exclamation point ask. Am I a good programmer? There it goes. Damn. Determining whether someone is a good programmer is subjective and depends on various factors such as the skill, the experience, and the type of programming. Let's ask this. How do I get a girlfriend? I wonder what this will say, some dumb corporate speak. Getting a girlfriend. Oh my Jesus. Getting a girlfriend can be a challenging and personal experience. Here are some general tips that may help. Be confident. Confidence is attractive and can make you more appealing to others. Be yourself. Authenticity is key in any that's so like good communication is essential to any relationship. Blah 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 blah. What all attachment types are there, and can you find out my attachment style by giving a little quiz? Jesus, it's a long reply. There are 4 main attachment styles: secure attachment, anxious preoccupied, fearful avoidant. Let's say 4 of them. Yeah. Oh, it's actually giving me a quiz. How do you feel when your partner is away from you? 1. Depends. Oh, well, fuck. Hold on. 1. It depends how long they are away from me and who they are with. If they are out with a bunch of guy friends, I would probably be jealous and worried. Just depends. All right, what was the second one? How do you handle conflicts with your partner? Handle conflicts by talking it out. All right, what's 3? How do you feel about intimacy and physical touch? I love how you spell intimacy? Intimacy. Mincy. I did not spell that right. Intimacy. That's not right either. Whatever. I handle conflicts by talking it out. I love intimacy and touch. That was number 3. What's number 4? How do you handle emotional ups and downs? What? I handle ups and downs like everyone else? I don't know. Alright, what's 5? Is there a 5? I see 4. How do you handle emotions? Are you able to regulate your emotions effectively? Sometimes my emotions control me and logic out window, but I try to use logic first. Alright, so let's see if that's good enough. I'm just curious if it's going to work. Based on your response, it seems like you have a mix of anxious and secure attachment. Yeah, I would agree. I used to think I fall more on the anxious side, but did you leave me poop? My hair. Whatever. I'm just chilling anyway. I gotta pee, but I don't wanna. Alright, it's time to play around for a little bit. Hmm. Hold on. So remember. Oh my god, are you serious? Remember, I have some pies. Also, remember, I have llama.cpp and an inferend. I'm hoping that's enough. I don't have to be like super explicit. Local AI running, an MCP server that already knows how to talk to that AI, one or more Raspberry Pis, a Pi to act as a public facing server, expose only the Pi to the internet using the Cloudflare tunnel, the Pi forwards requests to your local MCP, then to the AI. Your PC stays private off the public internet. You can hit your AI from anywhere like it's a software as a service. So yeah, it's internet, Cloudflare tunnel, Pi, local network, MCP server, Llama. That's all me. I should be getting paid like 300 a year, brother. Oh, what's up, Sir Drippy? So that's kind of the game plan. I know it's nerdy and it's a lot of work, but I gotta work literally all weekend, so I'm probably gonna start Monday. What are you doing, girl? You need to use the bathroom? She needs to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna take her out. Let me see if I can find something to put on for a minute. Hey, there's me. 0 viewers. I just program, man. Normally I start my programs with like a data structures and algorithm problem. Today I did the day 7 part 1 advent of code. And then normally sometimes I do mock interviews, sometimes I collab with other people. It's just programming. I'm a JavaScript full stack developer. Well, TypeScript, JavaScript. But I also code in other languages, but my primary languages are scripting, so TypeScript. I should use Python more, but I wonder if I could do a mock interview. Let's see if there's any mock interviews. They're good for content. Where is it? Courses, questions, practice. Schedule, peer mock interview, data structures and algorithms. Practice with peers. I bet you that one costs money. We'll do beginner. Dang. I would have to switch my time zones. I'm not going to be up at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's already 2 in the morning. Oh, I need to text her. My bad. Hold on, yo. Let me play something. The end of the. I'm just going to start
Did
playing
you know that
something.
NVIDIA is the most valuable company in the world? I mean, it makes
They are right now. They probably will be for the next few years. I still think AMD, which I did put money in, I went up about 60% because, what was it, Oracle that made a deal with AMD and it made their stock price plump up. But I think they're still going to get more investment in the future because NVIDIA can't carry the whole world, right? Or at least the East. I don't know. I would put some more money in AMD there.
makes sense, right? All of these huge AI companies are relying on them fully in order to do the AI stuff that we all expect them to do. That's why NVIDIA's value is comparable to that of silver. Yes, all of the silver in the world is comparable to the value of NVIDIA, just one company that makes chips for gamers. And now those same chips turn out to be really good for AI stuff, which is why everybody is using them. So there's Anthropic. Oh, Anthropic's moving to Google's TPUs. Well, that's fine. There's plenty of other companies that aren't doing that, like OpenAI. Oh, OpenAI is partnering with Cerebras, the chip company. Well, there's Meta, right? Oh, Google's working to erode NVIDIA's software advantage with Meta's help. Google's going to be giving TPUs to Meta? Huh. Very interesting. In fact, things have gotten so crazy that even NVIDIA is investing in alternatives to NVIDIA, like Grok, who they just paid some crazy number. It's currently estimated around $20 billion to license Grok's technology and pull its founder and some other people over to bring what Grok does to NVIDIA. Because it turns out GPUs might not actually be the best solution for AI going forward. It's crazy.
Well, the new recursion model that MIT came out with is really going to help. I feel like it's going to take up a lot of space though. That's something I've been wanting to look into here soon too, is the new which I did it earlier. I think it's called the recursive RLM MIT if you want to look into it. It's a research paper they just came out with, and they have a GitHub. I actually forked it. So, what are my repositories? Where's the show more button? Here it is. Right here. But it's basically a wrapper, right? And it can hold up to 10 million tokens and keep that in memory because it's not saved in the context window. It's actually saved in persistent storage. Because, you know, a real AI, everything's stored in memory, like its current memory. So it runs out of context pretty quick, and it has to start like dumbing things down shorter and shorter to keep the context window growing. But then it's called context rot once it starts getting really big and bloated and bad. This is a new research done by MIT that can fix that problem using basically 2 more AIs. One AI like finds what you're talking about and adds keywords and then saves it to persistent storage somewhere. And it can make a call and keep going lower and lower to get what it needs. I'm still not really, I ain't really looked deep into it. But I am excited about it. I know I'm a little nerdy, but I feel like you can build something out of this. Like imagine like an AI teacher that your kid grows up with until it's like 18 and it can remember every little detail of what you did growing up. Because you know, your younger years, you usually forget that. But if you have an AI model that keeps up with everything, with like unlimited memory, that's a scary thought. That's scary. All right. Yeah.
Crazy to think that the literal most valuable company in the world might be selling a type of chip that stops.
Boop. He left me. He gave me 10 subs though. Let's see. Hold on. How much money that was. I know. Creator dashboard. Monetization. Is there not like I'll do some script. Wait, no, that's not it. How do I see it? Analytics. Earnings. Wait, it was only $9? No, he gifted me like 10 subs, didn't he? So let's go back to 2024. I know I ain't made much money because I don't get a lot of viewers. $64. I made $64. I mean, it's better than nothing. Look how many hours I've streamed. Holy shit. Holy shit. I've streamed about 1,000 hours. Can I go back further? I think I started streaming around 2023. And I'm going to have to, oh my God. All right. It probably won't let me go back this far, but I'm still going to try. Yeah. All right. So I've streamed 1,076 hours. Holy shit. That's 44 days of streaming. Straight. About 45. That's study time. Because I only study when I stream. Come on, man. Like a senior level developer over here. And I've got 1 follower today. 32 views. I need to make content. I need to make actual vids. I got so many videos I can make stuff out of. Is that all? That's oh, they delete the old ones. My views, man, are lacking too. Oh, new. I can drop my shit. Alright, I don't want to watch this. Let's see if there's something dumb. Oh, he's got a new song. I wonder if it's good. His camera's
Not
good.
too good at goodbyes. You're not my expertise. While I wish you were right, that I've always been someone who's through the furnace. Embers into days are you magnetize
No.
me.
He has one really good song. Or at least I like it. How to fix your N8N. You know, I've never used N8N. Brief history of programming. Design a hotel booking system. That would be fun. If you're ambitious but inconsistent. Lying. Oh, I love stuff like this. I love stuff like this. All right, I'm going to play something dumb for a minute.
On May 22nd, 2024, the owner of the Sovereign Fool YouTube channel, Bo, was driving in Galveston County, Texas, when he drove past Deputy Jacob Danesi of the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, who was parked near the county line between Galveston County and Brazoria County. Bo raised his middle finger as he drove past Deputy Danesi.
So yeah, I'm going to let the dog out. I'll be right back.
Initiated a traffic stop on Bo in Brazoria County. The encounter that followed was captured on Deputy Danesi's body and dash cams.
Use the bathroom, girl.
How are you? Deputy Denise, I work for the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. Hey, just so we're clear, that's considered an obscene gesture. Just so we're clear, you cannot do that in public. Are you? Also, you can. Yeah, it's called an obscene gesture. Yes. Other people can be offended. This is a reason suspicion stop. I don't want to ID you.
Call on me?
No, so here,
Brazoria County.
No, you did it in Galveston County, so I can stop you.
You can stop me?
Yes, absolutely. You did it in Galveston County.
We'll find out. So, like, case law protects that.
Oh, you think so?
Free speech.
That's not speech.
It's free speech. It's hand gestures.
It's obscene gesture. There is case law on it. It's obscene gesture.
Look it up. I'll wait here if you want to go look it up.
Look, I'm just having a talk so you don't get offended by anybody else. You are free to go. I'm just having a talk with you.
Have a good day.
And you almost hit me with your side mirror. 1 Paul 31. Mary Paul Sam 2668. It's advised. You almost hit me with his side mirror. You can do it at the county line, Galveston County, Brazoria County.
Sorry, what you got, Mr. Brown?
Oh, he was already stopped. My traffic just didn't go through. My computer's messed up. But he decided he was going to drive off. He said he could leave, and I told him he could leave, and then hit me with a side mirror. Go. Go, I got you. I'll get you. Go. No, don't come to my car. No. Get away from my car. You're free to go. Go. I told you to go. Go. You're not going to walk up to my car. I'm documenting. You did. I'm saying, I guess you hit me in the mirror. Go. I'm giving you a pass. I gave you a pass. If I wanted to stop you, I would have stopped you. Go back to your car and get off the road.
I'm not trying to
go back to the car. There is no beef. Hey, I'm not mad at you. No, I'm not mad at you. I didn't ID you.
You don't ID me with just
hey,
you're mad?
No, I'm not mad at you. Actually, you know what I was doing? I'm waiting for a car with a bunch of narcotics to come through town that I'm waiting on. That's all I'm doing. Man, I don't want you to get more
I'm also making me a sandwich real quick, but I will be RB.
trouble if somebody's offended and somebody calls. It was just a reasonable stop to be like, hey man, I don't want your ID.
It was an ego thing.
Dude, I don't care.
Battling the ego.
I just work Jeep Weekend. I don't care about that. I'm just telling you.
I didn't mean to pull off so close to you. I felt like you leaned in.
I was talking to you and you took off and you hit me with your mirror. I'm not mad at you, bro. I'm not mad.
I apologize that I did not mean to hit you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
I'm just not in the mood to play with your games.
Hey,
the law don't got shit on us, man. The people win. We win every time.
I'm not doing this with you.
I'm just
hey, hold on.
I'm telling you.
Hold on.
You just did it with me.
Hold on. I can not officially stop and talk to you and let you know. Did I DI?
County line.
Yes, I did, because you did it in Galveston County. It's in Galveston County.
It's free speech. Go look it up.
I can go turn around.
You're gonna put me on arrest?
Hey, for hitting me, 100%. Turn around. Turn around.
Bo makes a comment about Deputy Danesi's ego, and Deputy Danesi responds by placing Bo in handcuffs for allegedly hitting him with his mirror when he drove away. However, it should be noted that when Bo originally drove off, Deputy Danesi stated that Bo almost hit him with the mirror, and over time, his story progressed into a claim that Bo actually hit him with the mirror.
Just having a talk with you. Hey, you almost hit me with your side mirror. It's advised. He almost hit me with his side mirror. He said he could leave, and I told him he could leave, and then hit me with his side mirror. You did. I'm saying, I guess you hit me in the mirror. Go. I'm giving you a pass. I was talking to you, and you took off, and you hit me with your mirror.
Additionally, even if Bo did hit Deputy Danesi with his mirror, it is unlikely that his conduct would be considered a criminal offense. Striking or bumping a person with a vehicle's side view mirror could potentially implicate the assault statute found in Section 22.01 of the Texas Penal Code, but only if the statutory elements were satisfied. Subsection A1 applies where a person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly intentionally causes bodily injury to another. Bodily injury, as defined by Section 1.07 of the Texas Penal Code, includes physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition, including even minor physical pain, so long as the contact amounts to more than mere offensive touching. Even under that expansive standard, however, there is no indication that Deputy Dinesi experienced any physical pain or impairment as a result of the alleged mere contact, which significantly undermines the applicability of subsection A1 in this situation. Now, in the absence of bodily injury, the conduct would more appropriately be analyzed under subsection A3 of section 22.01 of the Penal Code, which addresses intentionally or knowingly causing physical contact that the actor knows or should reasonably believe will be regarded as offensive or provocative. However, that subsection would require proof that Bo acted intentionally or knowingly in making contact with the deputy, a mental state that appears inconsistent with an incidental mirror strike during a vehicle's departure. Moreover, even if some minimal pain could be inferred, it is unlikely that Bo's conduct would rise to the level of quote-unquote recklessness, which under section 6.03 of the Texas Penal Code requires awareness of and conscious disregard for a substantial and unjustifiable risk that constitutes a gross deviation from ordinary care. Accordingly, a court would likely conclude that the alleged mere contact did not rise to the level of criminal assault and therefore did not justify an arrest or detention.
Turn around. Hey, you're gonna make it worse. You're gonna make it worse. Dude. I told you to get out of here and get off the roadway, and you chose not to. I was gonna document it.
I'm to make sure that I didn't hit you, and I was.
You did hit me, just so we're clear.
I didn't
You
know.
can walk to the front of my car, please.
I apologize.
You are detained, sir.
This is an ego thing. I'm telling
It's
you.
not an ego thing. It was to protect you. Plus, you can't drive around flicking everybody off when we're in public and
I
there's
didn't
cars
flick
everywhere.
everybody off.
There was other cars coming at you, sir. I was just trying to say other people could be offended by your gesture because it is an obscene gesture that you can get in trouble for it. It was a simple stop to be like, hey, man, if you're mad at me, like, cool. If you want to stop, turn around and be like, hey, can I talk with you? And you be upset about something, dude, I'm okay with it. I'm all about it. I'm okay with it. But when I say you can leave and you take off and hit my arm,
I honestly didn't mean that. I meant to flip you off. I was not meaning to hit you or anything. I was just leaving because I was mad that you let me.
I can't make a sandwich without the dog driving me crazy wanting the food.
You know, you stopped me and you said I could go, so I was leaving.
All right, girl.
I'm not caught your sleeve, if anything.
You're a piece of chicken.
I want you to know, I accept your apology. And I don't think it was
Come here.
official, but you still did it, is what the problem is.
Sit. Good girl, Paul. Good girl.
You may have a beef with cops, and I don't want
You gotta chew it, baby.
I want to sit here and talk with you. I'm fixing to release you. If you're willing to calm down for me, I am more than happy to release you.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
It's okay, man. Like, I got you.
She's so happy.
I am part of the people. I just have a job that I have to do sometimes.
Line on your wedding ring, bro.
That's my wife gave it to me. What do you want me to do? I can't wear something my wife gave to me.
Now I'm gonna
I
have
don't
dog
want that.
hands.
My name is Bo.
Bo, it's a pleasure to meet you again. I'm Deputy Denisi. Bro, I like these interactions. I don't like them going the way they went.
No,
I like talking to people. I enjoy
This sounds like poo.
having these conversations about rights and things because we've already gone through it. I'm okay with it.
We're going through it all the time, and I'm just sitting here on your county line, and I'm just like,
I am waiting for a car that's loaded.
See if you're coming to Brazoria, just to be honest.
And I can. Just so we're clear, my license says Texas Peace Officer. I can go wherever. But do I do it? No, normally. But the thing happened in Galveston County.
This is Galveston.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But hey, I will simply answer any question you'd like.
Deputy Dinesi argues that he was authorized to pull Bo over in Brazoria County because he flipped him off in Galveston County. Under Texas's so-called hot pursuit doctrine, when an officer lawfully initiates pursuit within their territorial jurisdiction based on reasonable suspicion or probable cause, the officer can continue their pursuit across a county line into another jurisdiction in order to initiate a stop or arrest. However, the Court of Criminal Appeals of Texas explained in the 2003 case of Yeager versus State that the critical inquiry under this doctrine is whether the pursuit was lawfully initiated inside the officer's geographic boundary. Here, Deputy Dinesi pulled Bo over because he raised his middle finger at him. As we will discuss later in this episode, it is highly improbable that a court would conclude that this action gave rise to reasonable suspicion authorizing Deputy Dinesi to detain Bo. Therefore, regardless of the jurisdictional issues, it is unlikely that a court would find that the stop was lawful.
I am not mad at you, but you were free to go when you came back over here. And I'm trying to add notes and clear my traffic.
I didn't want to leave after you claimed I hit you.
I'm going to document that I told you release, and then I believe it to be accident, but you did, just for other purposes. That's all it's going to be.
Oh, I'm still recording. I bet you he smokes.
Okay, so when I was leaving, I seen you were making a document. I didn't want to leave the accident. I'm totally willing to come back and
Smart move. But I told you can go.
Totally gonna come.
And I told you could go.
I know. I totally understand.
If I wanted to, I would have gotten in the car and kept going after you.
I'm an honest man, and I'm a man of respect.
Come ask you a question. Me and you talking. By the way, again, you're free to go. I've undetained you. I just need you to calm the hell down.
Yeah.
By the way, I cleaned it because I had to work beach region. It's just the rust because I got sanded and I couldn't look. I got rust in it, so I had to oil it.
I'm
so
not upset with you.
Look, man,
We're just both.
I want you to know.
different opinions.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But you know where we go wrong as people? We don't have these conversations.
I would love to have them with you when you're not in your uniform.
Dude, I'll give you a straight answer. I don't care if I'm in uniform. I'll give you a straight answer. These are okay to have our conversation, man. I don't care if I'm in it or out of it. I tell people all the time, I don't care.
Yeah.
I was in the military. There's laws that I don't agree with sometimes.
Victimless crimes, right?
You're right.
So
There's a reason I didn't ID you.
All right, I'm giving her all my food.
Listen, hold on. I can stop you, but I didn't ID you, nor did I even ask you for it. I didn't even ask your name when you were over here because I don't want it.
No, that's fine.
I'm trying to let you know whatever you're mad about, don't get yourself in trouble by offending somebody else that is out here in public that's driving by. That's all it was. Hey, that was going to be my cup spill.
Any of these cars.
Conduct does not satisfy Section 42.01.
I don't know. Give me something good to watch. Or let's watch some shorts. Just watch some brain rot.
You cannot tax billionaires on the shares that they hold in a company because it is an unrealized gain, right? So they go like, yeah, you're worth 300 billion, but we can't tax you on those stocks because you haven't sold the shares, so you don't like have the money, right? But you're worth the money, but you don't have the money. And I understand the argument. They go like, no, you don't have it. It's just what it's worth because it could also crash and then you have nothing, so we can't tax you on it. Then I'm like, okay, I understand that. So you can't tax the people on a thing because they don't have it. It's just there. Okay, fine. Then Elon Musk offers to buy Twitter, right? He offers to buy it. And then he says in his offer, he goes, I'm putting up my Tesla stock as collateral.
What?
Then I'm like,
So since he bought Twitter with stock, that wasn't taxed?
so you do have it. Then he's like, no, I don't have it. I'm just going to say as collateral. So then they accept the offer. He now buys Twitter.
I need to go to the store, but it is about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I do not want to go to the store.
Now that they've accepted his offer, he now goes to private equity and banks and like other rich people and whatever. He goes like, can you guys borrow me the money to buy Twitter? And then he's like, I want to buy Twitter because I don't want to sell any of my Tesla shares. So I want to use your money to buy Twitter. And then it's like, but then they're like, what are we loaning it against? And he's like, well, my Tesla shares. Then I'm going like, wait. So you can buy a thing based on what you have, yes. But when we want to tax you, you can say, I don't have it. Do you hear what I'm saying here?
JavaScript.
Me and you.
JavaScript.
Me and you, once again, me and my man, we about to win. Reconnected, back on the boardwalk. Yeah, rappers talk shit, but it's more talk. We don't even gotta listen. Me and my man stay focused on the mission. Y'all know every time I rhyme, I be hitting. I'ma pass it off to my man, now we switching.
Now we switching, everybody listen, that's so raving. I really had a vision, and everybody told me I could never get a gifted. Black James Bond, cause I'm really on a mission.
What? That ain't working. Making a lot of money.
Yeah, law of attraction, cause we manifesting. Hey, competition, they be playing like some greens that's lacking the dressing. Hey, we be professing, blackboard, I be teaching a lesson. Yeah, y'all know I'm down.
It annoys me, the dog, because every time I try to pet her, she turns around, scratch the booty.
The cloth coat never gets tired.
Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired?
Tired?
Tryna strike a chord and it's probably a
minor. That was actually pretty good.
Hands out your pocket. Got anything on you, man? No. Stop running.
He gets hit by a car, no? Go, 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 go! Holy shit! Bro, that cop needs a raise. He really tried.
Hands out your pocket.
He really tried,
I got
though.
pulled over. I was doing about 70 and a 55.
She's from around here.
And this cop, he asked me, he said, "You know why I pulled you over?" I said, "No clue." So he said, "Well, you just going 74 and a 55. He said, "Let me have your driver's license." I said, "I ain't got none." He said, "What about registration?" I said, "I ain't got none of that either." He said, "Well, how come?" I said, I don't know, but don't open that glove box. I got a pistol in there, and I just shot my husband. He's under that tarp in the back of the truck. This joker runs back, and next thing I know, there's cops everywhere, and the big dog walks up to me, and he goes, "Ma'am, can I see your driver's license?" I handed it to him. He said, "What about your registration?" Gave him that. He said, "Open up that glove box." I did. There wasn't nothing in it. And tars under the tarp. He said, "My deputy called me and told me that you didn't have no license, no registration, and a dead man, and a pistol, I don't know what all." And I said, "I bet you that lying son of a gun told you I was speeding too, didn't he?" So I just got...
I wasn't listening.
I'm going to translate what you're saying. You're going to throw a low...
This guy. I think you like, if you're watching this right now and you like money, you like to make money, he does like this real estate stuff, and anyone can do it. You just got to be a good talker and not afraid to do a lot of cold calls. But he literally goes over how to do it in his videos.
I might have to make my cash offer on this property. It's listed for $76,000. It's in perfect condition, fully renovated condition. This is your rent, $14.46. Not even Section 8, just normal ass rent, illustrated by all of the...
I'm lucky with my rent price, dude. I'm so lucky where I'm at. So lucky.
The comps surrounding the property. This is your payment. With taxes and insurance, that's your payment. Let us do the math on this.
That's basically my monthly payment.
You rent out for $14.40 per month. Let's take 20% off the top.
And this is a decent sized house and a big building outside.
Why? Well, it's going to take you a month to rent out the property, and it's also going to have some repairs throughout the year. There's going to be a management company in all likelihood. So we're going to take 20% off the top of our income. So we're going to consider the rent to be $11.52, and then we're going to subtract our mortgage payment. Look how much money you make per month. Costs you about $20,000 to buy this property. $20,200 to buy this property at their asking price. That's down payment and closing costs. Yearly, you make $5,820 after all expenses. Your ROI at their asking price is 28%. You understand how crazy that is? So let's go ahead and make the offer.
Oh, this is Mo.
Hey Mo, my name is Richard. I just bought a property in Detroit on Tacoma Street. I came across your listing on Winthrop. I need to buy something before the end of the year for tax purposes. I got pre-approved at a price. I'm hoping I can send you a proof of funds, the offer, and see if we could present it to your client here.
I just accepted an offer on it today.
Oh man, congratulations. Do you guys have any others for sale?
Yes, I do actually. I got 19309 Lenore.
Let me just check what it rents for, and I can tell you probably what my lender would pre-approve me on. I can't find rent on this. Do you know what Lenore might rent out for? $1,200 per month. I could definitely get a pre-approval on this, but part of it is my mortgage payment at $90,000 is going to be around like $850, and then management's going to bring me real close to that figure. So if I submitted it to my lender, he'd probably approve me at $60, which I know is pretty far off of list. I'm willing to shoot my shot. I just don't know if the seller would consider something like that.
I doubt it. He's got more into it than that.
How much does he have into it?
Around 82.
Oh, like mortgage 82?
No. He invested 82,000 between purchase and rehab.
Oh, got it. Well, I don't know what the feedback has been on this one, but I'll tell you what. I'd give him his asking price. I would attach a 5% interest rate onto it over 7 years. See if I can get him $120,000 on this.
I strongly doubt he would take it. He's looking to. My investors are flippers. They want to move on to the next project.
Okay, makes sense. All right. Well, let me know if this thing doesn't end up moving. The only thing I could do.
Blah blah blah.
When men stop doing the dirty and dangerous jobs that keep society running.
Can you give me an example of which jobs you're referring to?
Logging, plumbing, crab fishing, oil rig.
What is your plan for when the
there she
80%
goes.
of women who work in the healthcare industry no longer want to do it? What's your
I
plan?
have a plan.
Yeah, what's your plan?
Let's give the jobs to the men. They'll do it better.
I don't got a maid at 8 at night. I'm still rocking babe, live on paradise. I don't see the shade.
Got a lot of attitude, man. A lot of gay attitude.
Yeah, dude. You're real.
I like your YouTube special.
Thank you, sir. This guy's not gay at all, dude. He's fucking crazy. Got a lot of attitude, man. A lot of gay attitude.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You say you interrupt who?
Their conversation.
We ain't talking to them.
Oh, okay.
We talking.
Yes, sir.
Just men talking.
Apparently, Kevin Gates has a lot of drama going on right now with his old girl trying to take all his money. Yeah.
They talking over there. We talking right
Y'all
here.
can continue.
Damn.
Wait, no, I didn't mean to.
Wait, what happened?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You say you interrupt who?
Their conversation.
We ain't talking to them.
Oh, okay.
We talking.
Yes, sir.
Just men talking. They talking over there. We talking right
Y'all
here.
can continue.
Damn.
Wait, no, I didn't mean to. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
What? That was a waste. Brain rot.
Hey, I'm listening to this song, dog. A nigga was just so tough, homie. What did you say this part right here, bro?
Got it there, makes one. The only time I feel alive when I taste it. I don't wanna
What you said right there?
The only time I feel alive when I take.
When you take?
Yeah, like I take a pill. Only time I feel alive when I take.
Yeah, what a nigga, yo.
I didn't. I heard.
Hey, I'm listening to this song, dog. A nigga was just so tough, homie. What did you say this part right here, bro?
Got it there, makes one. The only time I feel alive when I taste it. I don't wanna but I know it.
Oh, only time I feel alive is when I taste it, or taste shit, or taste it. Not.
Are you dad? So Tanaya's gonna be under arrest for.
Take her to jail.
Okay.
Where's my son?
He's in there. Do you have a car seat or
Where's
anything?
the car seat at? You idiots didn't have a car seat.
She's drunk too, so she's not allowed
She
to
go to
drive.
jail too. Take her to jail for public stop. I got my son. I got enough for y'all ass.
Oh.
Do better. That's the you did.
Were you drunk in this?
Yeah, alright. I mean, there's no one in here really watching right now anyways. I gotta go run to the store. I don't want to run to the store, but then I'm probably gonna watch TV and pass out. Then I gotta work 36 hours this weekend. Woo-hoo-hoo. I'm fucking looking forward to that. Not really. But yeah. That's the dealio. I would raid, but I ain't got no one to raid. So peace. Why am I recording still?